Hi there, future Grimith here with a bit to say before past me introduces this playthrough, complete with instruction manual blurb, tutorial, and learning on the job. This is an incomplete playthrough and will likely remain incomplete. Larian Studios failed to create a compelling gameplay loop here. The board war game quickly unravels when confronted by any skill, and the political simulator does not live up to the marketing of role-playing an ascending emperor to reunite a broken empire by making really tough decisions. Instead, Divinity Dragon Commander confronts the player with poorly executed mood dissonance delivered by caricatures, cardboard cutouts of people chewing the scenery. What the game has left is the novelty of being a dragon with a jetpack, and the real-time strategy aspect, which is fine, but not strong enough to carry everything else. I decided to upload this series to YouTube because I wanted to preserve my experimentations and musings. I believe they will hold up over time, and if they don't, I will enjoy reflecting on how my thought process has changed. And there is ever the possibility, however slight, of me coming back to the game and seeing it through in local recordings. My live audience firmly rejected seeing more Divinity Dragon Commander. I understand why. Maybe you disagree with their and my assessment of the game. You're welcome to leave your input. But enough prattle. Let's get on with it. Welcome back to Let's Get On With It Live, everyone. My name is Grimith, and we are here on Easter Monday, gathered to embark upon, well, I don't know if it's going to be a new adventure, but it is a new stream with a 12-year-old video game. This is Divinity Dragon Commander, a 2013 creation of Larian Studios. You've probably heard of them. This game is a fusion of political simulator, board wargame, real-time strategy and battles, and turning into a fucking dragon. That's right, turning into a fucking dragon. Larian was in debt during development of this video game, and they cut money from this to fund Original Sin. You may also be aware that they partially funded Original Sin through Kickstarter. Now, the records will show in the history books that Original Sin was absolutely worth the price of admission because that shit crushed. Crushed so much they did an Original Sin 2, which kept crushing. And you might be aware of a little game called Baldur's Gate 3, which I have beaten twice. And that game is no slouch in playtime. What an excellent experience, and I say this as someone who would much rather sit at a table and roll dice in a group role-playing situation than engage in a computer role-playing game. This is none of those games. This was the game that had money cut from it to fund Original Sin. And the end result, well, we'll see. I haven't gotten any complaints yet about how intense the music volume is. I think I'm handling just fine with my microphone. Made a slight adjustment to that. We're going to remove the beginning soon text. But we're not going to launch the gameplay just yet. Introspective, I will inform later on Discord. We'll go through the options real quick. I'm going to leave difficulty and game speed settings on as they are for the moment. I've changed these to be on for default. Video settings is a 1600 by 900 resolution, as has been Rogue State Revolution. And I think the text size is already better in this game that came out in 2013. Post-processing, I am going to leave God Rays and Bloom on for now, and motion blur. It's the bloom that bothers me, it's the motion blur that bothers some viewers. We're going to have a look at the initial product, and we'll adjust from there. Okie dokie. Settings, I upped speech volume from 80 to 100, I took music down to 60. And control settings, I'll flip through that as need be. Imagine that, Jonathan, imagine that. So, I would like to show off a little bit of the instruction manual for you all, as this game, as it turns out, came with an instruction manual. What a time. Before I do that, I'm just going to flip to the credits track, so that we can have a different song play in the background. Dear player, first of all, let me heartily thank you for buying this game. Oh, hold up, because this is 1600 by 900, but we have this upscaled to 1920 by 1080. There you go. First of all, let me heartily thank you for buying this game. By doing so, you are supporting the designs of an independent developer, and that makes all of us at Larian Studios very happy indeed. I'd even go so far as to say that without the support of players like you, Dragon Commander would never have seen the light of day, because this game is very much the type of game a traditional publisher would shy away from. Actually, we've had to self-publish this one, because otherwise it wouldn't get made. It's the support of gamers like you that make it possible for developers like us to make these one-of-a-kind games. Somebody recently wrote that Dragon Commander is like a boy's childhood dream come true. You get to become a dragon with a jetpack, you get to conquer the world, and you get to charm a princess. Pretty much everything a young boy dreams of, smiley face. To be fair, the writer of that phrase actually managed to capture a large part of the vision behind Dragon Commander. We set out to create an experience in which you are put in the shoes of an emperor. Our grand design was to let you make important military, political, and personal choices, to devise great strategies, lead your troops into battle, and support them with formidable powers. In other words, for you to feel like you are truly becoming a Dragon Commander. The method behind creating that experience was to mix several gameplay elements from our personal favorite games. Dragon Commander takes its cue from strategy board games, real-time strategy classics, and of course, role-playing games, including our own. It's funny that this type of medley is rather unique nowadays, because in a sense it is the kind of game a lot of us grew up with. Including me. Back then, video games didn't have to fit within the confines of one specific well-defined genre, and developers everywhere were experimenting with all kinds of new forms of gameplay. For a variety of reasons, it's a trend that didn't continue, but it's one we have fond memories of, including me. And Dragon Commander is our go at trying to reintroduce this style of game. I am a sucker for types of games like that, have an action real-time strategy piece where you get personally involved, and I look out for games like those, and I've experimented in playing games like those. But you can understand why, trends like those didn't continue. They don't sell well, and they can be really discombobulated. We really had a blast making Dragon Commander, and we're very excited to finally be able to place the game in your hands. We're convinced there are many features and possibilities in Dragon Commander that nobody expects, and we hope some of them will make you truly think about how you would organize your world were you to be the one in charge. We furthermore hope you'll enjoy and remember your game sessions. Hope you'll be surprised each time you play the game again, and that above all, that it brings you great gaming pleasure. See you online on the battlefield. Sincerely, founder and CEO, an individual who has certainly gotten plenty of flowers thrown at him, Sven Vinka. Just from a little independent studio, little company that maybe you've heard of called Larian Studios. They've done a little bit of work. I remember being excited and intrigued by this game. Toward its release, I didn't get a computer capable of running it until later on in 2013, though I didn't pounce on it immediately. I remember talking with a former friend of mine who used to record videos and has since moved on with it about the game. Somewhere in the 12 years, I picked it up and I gave it a good look, and it was missing something. And perhaps it'll come out and I'll be able to articulate it over the course of gameplay. We'll start with a tutorial. There's an instruction manual, and I have skimmed through it again. Look at the training grounds. That way you can learn how the fuck we play the game. Squints. Looks at music volume. Man, that's rough for my ears. I have to turn my headset down. So, we'll just look around a little bit before I click on with new tutorial available. The Zealots, Grimith, the Imperials. Farron?
Let's get started, Commander. Now, to navigate your camera, simply use the movement keys. To look around, hold the middle mouse button and move your mouse in the direction you want to look. To command a unit to move somewhere, left-click on the desired unit to select it, and right-click on the destination you want it to go to. You can select multiple units by holding the left mouse button and dragging a selection rectangle around them. Right-click to make them go somewhere, or unselect them by clicking left.
That's right, we have fucking video tutorials. What a time to be alive in 2013.
I see you've selected a building. When you select a building, a menu appears which allows you to create new units. Here I've selected a battle forge, which allows me to create troopers and/or grenadiers. To build new units, you need to capture construction sites and manufacture buildings there first. I could build another battle forge, for instance, or create a war factory, which will allow me to make new types of units, like armors and devastators. To build units and buildings, you'll need recruits. Your initial amount of recruits depends on the total population of any given country. How many are available to you is listed on the left side of your status bar next to the country's population. To get more recruits, you need to build recruitment citadels. You can build more recruitment citadels on these special resource construction sites. The more recruitment citadels you have, the faster new recruits will come in.
Hell yeah. The game explains how to play to you. I think that's just the training ground, so instead of like going through individual tutorials, you would just come here to play around with like various bits and bobs instead of like actively engaging in full tutorials. Let's not be able to press escape to open the menu. We press F10, that's another common key. That's no surprise. Look to the main menu. If I go to tutorial,
Let's get started, Commander.
Right, moving around. We just covered that. We covered buildings.
I see you've...
Let's cover the other points.
To capture a new construction site, just send your units close to one, and it will automatically become yours. As the capture progresses, the construction site will gain your faction color. Once it is yours, you will be able to construct buildings on it. In this case, a recruitment citadel, which will increase your resources. You have selected a construction site. On construction sites, you can create new buildings. I'm building another battle forge here, so that I can build more troopers and grenadiers more quickly. To build units and buildings, you'll need recruits. Your initial amount of recruits depends on the total population of any given country. How many are available to you is listed on the left side of your status bar next to the country's population. To get more recruits, you need to build recruitment citadels. You can build more recruitment citadels on these special resource construction sites. The more recruitment citadels you have, the faster your recruits will come in. You are a dragon, aren't you, Commander? So you'll want to turn into one and aid your troops in combat. To turn into a dragon, press the Dragon Morph button, which will allow you to materialize at the current camera location. To move your dragon, use your movement keys. And to move in a certain direction, just point your mouse in the direction you want to go to. To navigate rapidly over the battlefield, hold the jetpack button, which will make you speed across the terrain. To attack an enemy unit, click on it with the left mouse button and barrage it with fireballs. To dodge enemy projectiles, hold the right mouse button to dodge sideways. Your dragon has multiple skills which are executed by pressing the skill buttons. Should your dragon die in combat, you will be able to restore it to life by pressing the Dragon Morph button once more. This will come at a certain cost in recruits, mind you.
Not only do you have a political simulator, plus board war game, plus real-time strategy battle combat, not only do you get to turn into a fucking dragon to influence the real-time strategy battles, But if you go poof and they, like, dispatch you, that's okay. The battle isn't over with your total defeat. You could even run it back at a price tag.
Now for some advanced techniques, Commander. It is possible for you to control your units while you're in dragon form. You can select units in your direct vicinity by pressing the assigned key. Here, for instance, I've selected a group of units and indicated that they need to go and capture that shipyard over there, while I fly off to do something else, like shooting these annoying troopers. There are many shortcuts in Dragon Commander, and it pays to learn them all, to optimally enjoy the game and rule the skies.
I will not teach you those shortcuts in this tutorial. RTFM. Yeah, I think those tutorials are an effective demonstration of how me back in 2013 looked at the upcoming release of this game and went like, what the fuck? Fucking look sick. Let's get going. We'll go with a story campaign. All right, name. Me, reading my Steam name. We got colors. If I'm red, I go faster. We got blue, red, green, gold, we'll call it, and that color. We're gonna go with green. We have difficulties. We're gonna play on normal difficulty. What kind of dragon flavors do we have? The Saber Dragon, the most versatile of dragon kinds. The Saber Dragon is a formidable foe that combines might and mind to overcome his enemies. We have the Mountain Dragon. They lead cutthroat lives among the frozen peaks of the north. It is raw power above all that they depend on in combat. We have the Zephyr Dragon, proud and highly gifted. Zephyr Dragons try to avoid overtly physical confrontations, but I prefer instead to skillfully liquidate their enemies with magic. Those are our 3 dragon flavors. What kind of skills do we have to look forward to? Saber Dragons go faster. Research technologies, sabotage. The player disables the primary functionality of an enemy unit or building for 15 seconds. Advance. Roar. All friendly units in a radius receive a 60% increase to movement speed. And Hunter War Factory unit acquisition. Hunters in your war factories. These fast vehicles make for excellent scouts and come equipped with a fast-firing chain gun. To reference Kakaskia, whom I interact now and then, broadcast on Twitch himself, chain gun! There we go. That was for him. Then we have the Mountain Dragon. We have Acid Blaze. Mountain Dragon. Your fireballs become acid. Which apply a dot. Blood Leech, when you damage an enemy, 30% of the damage done gets added to your life force. Rejuvenation. The Mountain Dragon is fucking here for raw power, man. And you also get access to Warlocks, which bring the magic. Then over here, the Zephyr Dragon, Purified Flames. You fire restorative charges for 10 seconds, healing allies. Unlike your standard fire attack, these charges do not overheat. We have a Ray of Power, which is also a buff for a friendly unit or allied dragon. We have Friends with Benefits to shield a target. And then Shaman. So this Zephyr Dragon, I didn't fucking sign up to turn into a wicked-ass dragon who fires a heal blobs, some buff Ray of Power, or some shield. What the fuck? That's not what I'm a jetpack dragon for. Fuck that shit. So that one's off the table. But chat, I'm gonna give you a choice between dragons. 2 dragons. Saber, Mountain. You have 1 minute for this Twitch poll, and it starts now. Saber Dragons, Might and Mind, they start with zoomies. They have like a cool buff. Hunters, the construction of hunters in your war factories. Fast vehicles with fast-firing chain guns. And Mountain Dragons are here to mix it up with some life leech, with some passive health regeneration and restored, some acid blaze to apply a dot on these warlocks for the magic. Saber dragon, fast, 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 fast. And some fuckery with sabotage in advance as a buff. Mountain dragon is here to fuck you up. And there's Zephyr dragon? No. Refuse. Not for our dragon power fantasy. Overwhelmingly, Mountain has defeated Saber. Alright, we're gonna pick a different color then. We're from the mountains, the frozen peaks, the north. Raw power above all. We're gonna go red. That might stick out better on like foresty terrain anyway. And grasslands. Let's go.
Thousands of years ago, Sigurd I built incredible engines of war, and with them forged an empire. The emperor married and sired many children. He even had a love child with mysterious Aurora, an ancient dragon in a woman's guise. Once united, peace was declared in Rivellon, and bloodshed soon forgotten. But Sigurd's realm of peace was shattered when his own sons and daughters rose against him. War returned with a vengeance, and annihilation reached new heights. Desperate to safeguard Sigurd's legacy, the wizard Maxos sought the help of the one child that never betrayed his father, Sigurd and Aurora's son, the half-dragon prince. He would be the one to save the empire from ruin, and to aid him in his quest, Maxos delivered unto him the imperial command ship known as the Raven. This is the story of Maxos and the Dragon. This is the story of the Dragon Commander.
So this game takes place thousands of years before the Divinity stuff within the Divinity universe, if my memory holds true there. Yes, we have a fucking airship. Yes, we have a newspaper, like we're fucking playing Arcanum. Sigurd I, Emperor of Rivellon, murdered. Sons and daughters go to war. Siblings vie for the throne. No quarter given. That's right, Carmine. I'm so pleased for you to say that to me in my chat room. Undead proclaim war is punishment from the gods. Decades of peace end on bloody battlegrounds. War waged with terrible contraptions. Elves and lizards horrified. Imps delighted. Gold prices skyrocket. War not all bad, say dwarves. The dwarves know what's best for business. They are the military-industrial complex that Dwight D. Eisenhower warned the United States about in his farewell address.
Welcome, noble dragon, to the Raven. This wonder of engineering. This miracle wrought in magic that has a living demon for a heart.
So there's some, video games that really go deep into lore, and you're like, oh god, this is so dull. Just give me an indication of what's happening. Give me going into some fucking gameplay. Divinity Dragon Commander just fucking, kicks down the fucking door like Breach and Clear. Fucking rolls in some grenades. You're screaming, running around disoriented. And we're just going.
Between the knowledge I shall pry from this infernal creature's cryptic mind, and the avalanche of tomes, manuscripts, and blueprints aboard awaiting study, we will catch up with our enemies in no time, and claim back the lands they have taken by force.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You might be thinking, as the sting grenades are sending you pirouetting and tumbling toward the ground. What do you mean? What, an airship? Dragons? Newspapers? Fusion of magic and tech? What the fuck?
Our task is monumental, but we will not have to face it alone. 2 famed generals are here already, loyal to the legacy we are trying to save, and therefore loyal to you. given time.
Hell yeah, Jonathan. Always good to leverage. Leverage that fun stuff into the serious stuff. One of my college papers that I hardly enjoyed was not my senior thesis, was my first major research paper in college was titled Comic Book Consumerism. I talked about how Batman and Superman fluctuated how they impacted and changed American materialism after the Second World War. As someone who wasn't not even that into Superman and Batman, just that was the spit I took, and that research paper crushed. Big fan of that work.
I have furthermore enlisted the service of Grumio, an imp of devilish cunning that can fashion anything my research will uproot. Already he has created you a wonder he calls a jet pack. Talk to these men, get your bearings, and begin your conquest. If you have any more questions, you can find me in the Royal Chamber, which I shall use as a study.
Question: what the fuck is happening?
Good luck, Dragon. May the divines be with you.
Excuse me? Left click on a character to talk with him or her. Click on the strategy globe to access the map. Find Maxos in the Royal Chamber and Grumio in the Engineering Bay to research new unit types, unit upgrades, and dragon skills. What, you thought the Firaxis 2K XCOM games were how you did this? No. Fuck you, Divinity Dragon Commander. Let's go. You, Henry.
Let me tell your right of the bat bastard that I hold you in very little regard. Your father may have been a great king once, but this last decade, a crowned pig would have played the part better.
Okay.
He became a vainglorious fool, a sloth, and a coward. No wonder then that his own children could amass armies unperceived and strike at the heart of a kingdom in a matter of days.
I'm gonna level you folks. I had a moment where I thought I was playing a Renpy game, and I pressed the middle mouse button as if I could make the text box disappear and show all of the artwork. Right. Different game engine, Grimith. Different game engine.
He tried to run, but he failed, and they slew him where he stood. Now the realm has been shattered, and vultures are picking what they can from his corpse by means of new and terrifying war machines. I'd say all is lost, but Maxos insists you are to be the one, the hero, who will take back the land we've lost. Excuse me if I laugh in derision. Ha 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 ha!
I'm glad I hesitated clicking continue. Because he needed to have the laugh.
Still, you are a dragon, I'll give you that, and of ancient blood. Prove to me you have the rocks to do undaunted battle, and perhaps my respect may still be yours.
Alright, your name tag says Henry, but let's, chat loves options. Do you have a name, my good man?
Henry of the House of Lancefort. More you needn't know.
Who the hell was this other general?
Edmund, he's called. A lizard of the House of Carcarus. In truth, I'd rather sleep with Syphilis incarnate than have him aboard. But there's no denying his talent. He's as arrogant as he is astute, and as ingenious as he is insufferable. Why don't you offer him a word of welcome? I know I won't.
Where can I find Edmund?
I believe he's in the bar. Probably searching for sherry. Just about the only drink that snooty serpent will swill.
Now you listen here before I fucking walk away. I have a name, It's my Steam ID. Larian Studios knew how to read that automatically. It's not bastard, though I am a bastard in real life. I'm willing to take that. Still, fuck you.
Aye, and you have titles as well, but none of them king, as yet. I'll address you with the right regard the day you prove worthy of it.
Alright then. With your pulsating monocle, scope, light enhancement, visualization technology. Look at that character model, man. Let's fucking go. We have a cards menu. We're on the first turn. We've got gold income. We've got research points. We got characters doing shit in the background and some wild-ass chairs. We're on the bridge over troubled water. Go to the bar. Eyepiece, that works. Wow. I think Edmund stands out a bit here. It's kind of unfair, really. Look at this visual design.
And there we have it, I suppose. The dragon son of a monarch deposed. Rightful heir to the throne, even if he was born out of wedlock. No doubt that boar of a Henry has already introduced me in his ever-elegant way. So here I am. Lord Edmund Augustus III, Duke of Hawknest Hall. I'd add at your service, but I don't think we're quite there yet.
Wing Commander, yeah. Look at that tiny monocle visual enhancement fashion trinket accessory device.
To be perfectly honest, I'd normally entertain the idea of lending my expertise to your cause as curtly as I'd consider attending a dwarven opera. But not unlike my fellow general, it is Maxos's backing of this enterprise that has me intrigued. You have doubts benefit, Dragon. Let's see how far it takes you.
Yes, doubts benefit. I like that over benefit of the doubt. And yes, this is what a Larian game looks like when they cut the budget. My limited memory of interviews Sven did, like, long after the fact, I believe he was not satisfied with the final product. In a way, well, okay, Sid Meier was dissatisfied with covert action for different reasons. But, just there was potential left on the table that didn't get fulfilled. What is your take on the war that has erupted?
Only that it was bound to happen. For when an emperor weakens, his empire weakens with him. Now a litter of dogs is fighting for the throne, so maybe their dragon half-brother can walk away with it.
I sense a lot of distrust in you, Edmund, because I'm clicking all these options.
When one dwells among the highest echelons of power, where ambition runs thicker than blood, distrust is your best friend, as is its brother, caution. In your case, though, the waters of misgiving run somewhat deeper. You are, after all, but a half-dragon.
A mongrel, really, when you think about it.
They call your kind dragon knights to lend an air of nobility to a lowly mixed breed. Not many make the distinction, even. But the crucial difference is in purity. Human ancestry taints your being, for humanity and weakness are two sides of the same tuppence I drop in beggars' hats.
God, he even said tuppence! Oh! Heaven help me if it had been a thruppence.
A bastard twice are you, my lord. Bastard born and bastard bred.
So which of these generals do you like more, chat room? Henry or Edmund? Look at the size of that cigar. Good heavens. To the engineering bay. What's up? That's our imp, Grumio. Well, saying he's ours is a bit much.
Greetings, sire, sprung from kings. I am Grumio, son of Gromio, an imp of good and honest standing. Your technician, shall I be, if it pleases you. Your engineer and architect.
Also got some eye accessorizing going.
I hope you'll like my jetpack. It is my gift to you, to keep without recompense, for gladly shall I remain aboard this wondrous ship to tinker and toy, hammer and hew. She is special, this vessel, filled with wonders undiscovered. The wizard, he feels it too. The taste, the tingle of mystery. Oh, to unlock its secrets.
Bro, are you reading Shakespeare? I feel like I did this a lot in school. Help? Alright, how come you know so much about all this technology stuff?
Well, my lord, when your good father and Maxos first started to conquer the world with their fancy machines, we Emps were mesmerized. None of us cared if we were being drafted into a strange warlord's empire, for if those were the weapons he wielded, we were all ready to welcome him with open arms. By golly, were we ever. Steam-driven giants on land, on sea, even in air. Oh, the ecstasy! Such wonders, such ingenuity, and jeepers, what cannons! Ever since then, some 30 years hence, us imps have dedicated our existence to the advancement of these delightful machines.
Chat room, when's the last time you've heard the word jeepers? As in jeepers creepers, where did you get those peepers? It was sometime this millennium, I'm confident of that. I couldn't give you a more specific time than that.
Now, before those blessed days arrived, people regarded us as eccentric gnomes taken to experimenting with flame, gas, and liquid like so many charlatan alchemists. But those days are over. We are scientists now, famed and fortuitous.
Maybe it was said on the Supernatural Scooby-Doo crossover episode of Supernatural that I caught at some point because one of my friends really liked the show.
The truth be told, though, we've never quite given up our love for all things combustible. Rather on the contrary. Not that you mind, do you, my lord?
So, amps come across as the type of folks who are too busy thinking about whether they could to consider whether they should. Very passionate about destruction, but quite amiable about it, I'd say.
Righto, my lord.
New unit types and unit upgrades can be unlocked by spending research points. The more countries you occupy, the more research points you receive per turn. Some research items are grayed out. To unlock them, you need to research prerequisites first to progress further in the story. So we have 20 research points. We have some shit researched already. And that includes our warlocks, courtesy of our starting dragon type. And we have different tiers of technologies. And I'd say the pop-out text for this, I'm gonna repeatedly reference Rogue State Revolution, because, you know, that's a game I've been broadcasting in 1600 by 900 that came out in 2021 and has failed to effectively present information to the player in a comfortable and convenient way with all of its real estate. Here I have a 1600 by 900 window, and I'm told, like, how the fuck I am failing to do a thing. Like, you don't have this unit. How could you do this? You need to progress further in the story. I can read this text. That's great stuff, great stuff. So, what types of researches with our 20 research points can we belt out here? We've got hunters. Yes, the chain guns. We have strong against and weak against. Yeah, Overlord Zorb. It was... I can't process. We have shamans, we have transports, we have anti-air turrets, we have imp binocs for grenadiers to increase their attack range. Shit. We have enhanced engines for troopers. Spoils of war. Your troopers can now take over enemy buildings. Multiple troopers capture them quicker than others. And then cloak for warriors. Warlocks, excuse me. The warlock becomes nearly invisible for 2.5 minutes. Shit. Executing abilities like death from above will end the cloak prematurely. Here I go, ambushing like shit with my powerful spells. Poof. You'll love to see that. Well, I like the idea of making these trooper units flexible. These enhanced engineers and them being able to capture buildings. Like I'm playing Command and Conquer over here. Yeah, that's how that looks. I want to stress, by the way, how sick it is that each of these technologies has a video playing of them at work. This is such good presentation. This is great feedback. as a player, want this. There are other video games that do this sort of thing, like This Is How This Looks. Into the Breach is an excellent example of such a well-designed video game that provides you feedback and examples of what things do and how they look. Those are transport. That's what a transport does. Juggernauts can construct imp fighters to assist in battle. Each imp fighter requires 14 recruits to construct. Ironclads can unmask cloaked enemies on a 1,200 meter radius. All right, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good. Got a lot of good things. A lot of good things here. Gonna pick up Spoils of War. Buy now. Before I do that, I suppose we should look at the other stuff. I can't get anything in Expert or Master. And we only make one research point a turn for now. We gotta give some thought here. We have ironclads, which use torpedoes to take down other vessels and have powerful rockets to combat airborne enemies. We have armor, powerful cannons that are capable of greatly damaging slower enemies and enemy buildings. Zeppelins, and my arrow factories to greatly increase firing rates of nearby friendly units and mortar turrets. We have enhanced explosives for grenadiers and chemical warfare for grenadiers. Infections. For the Empire, a core overload allows troopers to self-destruct. Overloading the core is irreversible and disables troopers' main weapons. So, when it's time for them to go, they go. Warlock, meet the beetles. Warlocks can transform enemy units into beetles for 44 seconds. That's not a ladybug, folks. That's a spotted beetle. It's different. All right, well, I still like the idea of this greater flexibility for troopers. They are light units, powerful against non-armored foes. Strength in numbers is their motto. And we'll do some stuff with that. Give me, buy now. Buy now. Buy now. I would continue to emphasize troopers. Let's stay away from the suicide thing. Let's get a different unit type, you know? Maybe we'll have to do some water stuff. We don't know that. All we have are grenadiers, troopers, and warlocks. Well, we gotta do water stuff. My shipyards. Grab some ironclads. There we go. We're out of research points. We just did stuff. The end. The Royal Chamber. What's up, man? That's the newspaper.
Never hesitate to seek my counsel, Dragon Knight. Tirelessly I study and question, in the knowledge that my discoveries will make you the mightiest dragon ever to have soared the skies. We too shall unite dragons' daring with wizards' wisdom. Nothing shall stand in your way.
What is your research yielded? New dragon skills can be unlocked by spending research points. The more countries you occupy, the more research points you receive per turn. Some dragon skills are grayed out. To unlock them, you need to progress further in the story. And Maxos handles all of the dragon skill access, which, of course, we spent all of our points on units, but we can soup up our dragon if we want to do more dragon stuff. For example, we start with Acid Blaze and Rejuvenation and Blood Leech. But we could get some other things like Soar to move faster, the Purifying Flames, so on and so forth.
My studies have been highly interesting of late.
Tell me about War and Peace, Maxos. How did we get where we are now?
That is quite a tale, my friend. So bear with me. Since the dawn of time, beautiful Rivellon has been a stage of bitter rivalry, strife, and war. Haughty humans, all too lofty lizards, dogged dwarves, erratic elves, irrational imps, dogmatic undead, and yes, wayward wizards even. couldn't forego the time it takes for the moon to wax and wane without turning to fresh violence. Peace. The word itself hardly had a meaning. It was an abstract. Until after long and dark ages, 3 men decided they had had enough. I was one of them. The other 2 were your father Sigurd, and an eccentric inventor known only, even by us, as the Architect. We knew war would continue everlasting, unless one king would stand up, conquer all feuding factions, and unite the manifold battling races under the banner of a single world-spanning empire. Easier said than done was, I believe, our initial reaction. It was the Architect who provided us with the answer to the question how on earth we would go about enacting such an unparalleled enterprise. He said he had ways and means to provide your father, a battle-hardened warlord in his own right, with engines of war such as the world never saw.
That shouldn't be a question that's answered in this chat room, given no spoilers and no backseating. To the search engine introspective.
Technology. That was the solution. For if we could go to war with weapons so vastly superior as to be unstoppable, every opponent would have to yield before our onslaught. Where the Architect obtained his strange knowledge from, he never wished to reveal. But in truth, Sigurd and I cared little for his mysterious ways. For whatever the source, our plans worked like a charm. And in a matter of years, Rivellon was ours. Yes, we had done it. We had created our empire, and your father became its first and so far only ruler. For a few precious decades, peace had finally taken on a meaning. It was a bright flash, all too quickly extinguished along the tenebrous continuum of time.
What is our true end goal again, Maxis?
In a few words, victory and destruction. First, we must vanquish all warring rivals for the throne. Then, we must undo the technology that enabled them to go to war in the first place. We will rekindle the Empire of Peace your father founded, and be rid of the apparatus that might threaten it once more.
Okay. Kill all of my half-siblings, and perhaps others. The Tower Book sways. And then, take away all of their understanding and ability to use technology. Which you and my father spread across the land with the creation of the Empire some decades back.
Long have I asked myself that question.
Anyway, how the fuck did this happen?
Yet the answer is as simple as it is obvious. Human nature. Love, jealousy, anger, grief. All of these emotions proved more fatal to the stability of peace than 100,000 war machines could. You see, Sigurd, the Architect, and I remained close friends after our quest had come to completion. But then, one fateful day, a woman of unequaled beauty arrived at court. After but a glance, there wasn't a man's heart in the room, not aching for even her mildest attention or a most fleeting caress.
This is how plenty of empires have fallen in antiquity. How could this happen here?
Your father, though married, courted her, as did the Architect. For myself, I'd admit I'd given up the very secrets of magic in return for her love, but I knew rivalry could only lead to misery. And so it did. For bitter rivals my 2 friends became, and when in the end Sigurd was the one to win her affections, the Architect left the palace with such hatred in his eyes as to strike me as diabolical. A year their secret liaison lasted. 1 year your father and beautiful Aurora were happy together. Then suddenly she died. And it took me a long time to find out she did so at the hand of the Architect. Sigurd never knew. He was destroyed by grief. The mighty warlord withered, and with him, the soul of his empire flickered like a candle in the breeze. Until his own children blew it out forever, and hacked to pieces the land that was to have been his legacy.
Of course. This woman was also a fucking dragon, so, you know. It's a bit different. Dragons, am I right?
Though I said I noticed from the beginning her beauty was of such perfection as to be supernatural, I soon discovered she was indeed more than human. and that the enchanting guise we saw her in was but a mask. Behind it lurked the dragon. Yes, she was one of the ancients, interested in the ways of the infinitely lesser creatures we nevertheless call civilized. She was intrigued by Sigurd, his war machines, and his empire. It led her to his castle, to a brief spell of passion, and ultimately, her downfall.
So, did this whole, like, withering away after Aurora's death, like, it seems like that, these generals on board are, pretty... Well, one of them's really upset about that. The other is really upset about my upbringing.
No one in Rivellon, save for you, Sigurd, the architect, and I, know of Aurora, and how her death affected your father. As far as most are concerned, he was a great hero, who all too soon fell prey to indulgence, sloth, and alcohol, which lost him the affection of his children, and in time started the war. They are wrong, but truth will be revealed one day. Rest assured that when we finish our conquest and I can spend some leisure time in peace, I will write his history, and yours too. Everyone shall know the tragedy that befell him, and how his son, by the woman he loved, rose to save an empire.
Well, I'm convinced by that. This architect, though, killed my mother. What the fuck?
I promise I will tell you in due time. For now, I must keep silent. Please, don't press me any further on the subject.
Fine, I'm walking away now. Fine, it's fine. We can undo our research, by the way. You can undo a bunch of stuff in this game if you want to take it back. Like, no. I didn't mean it. Take it back. So long as we're in this turn. Like, no. Hold up, though. I want those research points back. There was some really sick dragon shit we could do. Fuck the units.
Gladly shall I...
Like, yeah, sure, I could make my troopers better. Or I could do some wild shit as a dragon. Like, fly even faster. Who needs ironclads? I am the ironclad. You know, stuff like that. I don't know to what extent you can do things yourself. I presume that would depend a great deal on your skill level. Yeah, just thought I would point out that undo. We can save the game. Let's throw down a save. I gotta name this? And to the Empire overview. Also some cards. There are many different types of cards. Play them on countries to earn strategic advantages. Use others to increase your odds of winning battles, through auto-resolve and or real-time combat. That's right, there's an auto-resolve function in this game too. Devastation. Aura of Annihilation. Breaching Fire. Aura of Restoration. Revenue Increase. Sabotage Units. Trooper Mercenaries and Shaman Mercenaries. It's our collection of cards. Neat. Okay. Yeah, there's a turn. And you'll note, like, an undo button is there too. It's just grayed out right now because we haven't done shit this turn. Empire overview. We got dwarves who are rich and corpulent. We have these elves, a staunch defender of the Green Mother. The unpredictable imps. Science and progression. We have the epitome of reason and liberal ideas. And, the undead. Deeply religious. Do not sin against the commandments of the 7 gods. Okay. Close. Looks good. There's a tome over there. Let's click on the globe. Let's see the map. Oh god, the globe. God rays. During the strategy phase, build units and buildings. Play cards and conquer countries to expand your empire and its resources. Overthrow the enemy's capitals to win, and don't forget to defend your own. When you are finished playing your turn, press the end turn button to proceed. Hold the left mouse button and move the mouse to navigate about the map. Use the scroll wheel to zoom in and out. You can pick up a pawn by left-clicking on it and dragging it to another location. So we are yonder red color, right y'all. We have a capital. This has risk rules, we'll call it, in that if a capital is taken, that's fucking it. Everything is ruined. Christmas is canceled. We have public opinion. Elves are dominant in my great nation. We are firmly entrenched. We have some support. Research points, gold revenue, which you can see up there at the top. Our overview. We can end our turn. We can drag pawns around. Hunters over here. Transport over here. Rivenfell. We can buy units and play cards on our great nation. We can also play cards upon enemy nations. Like sabotaging hunters, preventing them from moving. That's our one card available. The Sea of Sorrows. Just have a look around. Observe. Experience. So a population of 3,000. Population of 2,000 over here. Why don't we, Can I see what kind of income these places have? I can. Alright. 6 up there in Ghoultree. Let's, close out of this. Play card. Yeah, strategy card, diplomacy. Play that one. Did you notice the undo button in the right upper corner? You can use it if you're not satisfied with a move. Indeed, we don't click undo there. We can undo card play there. We don't have any further cards to play. Let's look at buying some units. Spend gold to buy new units. Earn more gold by capturing more countries. We have ironclads. We've got troopers. We have 4 in the area. We have some grenadiers. We got some warlocks. Do I? I do have. Yes, I do. Very good. Give me... Our production capacity is equal to our gold income per turn, which has been doubled because of the card. So we can actually build 8 units, which is, like... I can't possibly afford to build 8. Welcome in, welcome everyone. We're not even an hour into this broadcast, and we haven't done anything too terribly substantive. We can build an ass load of troopers. Let's get a warlock. Let's get a grenadier. We cannot afford this ironclad, whose research I got, so it's possible I cancel it for the turn. If I go back to the bridge, I could undo card play and undo the research and get the research back. Well, I can get some of the research back by the looks of things. No, I was able to get all of it back. Yeah, so I could say, nuts to the ironclad, maybe we don't use that if I'm not going to build one. We could say, grab these 2 things still. And then grab something from me.
Praise be that gladly...
Let's grab Soar so that I move faster. Hell yeah. And grant units damage reduction. I could do Aurora. I'm basically like that damn Saber Dragon. I move faster. I can make my allies move faster. There's some life leech stuff. Maybe there's something else I will want to grab. 4 units, since we're going to leave ironclads alone. We could grab a hunter? Yeah, let's, instead of, these ironclads, what if we get hunters? Let's take a look at them. What their price tag might be like. To the board! Let's play the card again. If I go to buy units, hunters are 7. We can fit that into the budget. No new troopers, though. There, we can have 1 of each. Look at them. Look at them. Alright, so that is 2,000 pop. It has 1,000 pop, but it also earns 3 gold income and a research beaker. This earns 2 gold income and a research beaker. It has 2 troops. So let's take our new friends who have just been researched, so I can't do anything with them. And I'm gonna say we move them here. This is a neutral country. If you capture it, immediately becomes yours, as do the country's units, should there be any. Let's go pay a visit. How about? There's no card I have that I can legally play at that space for the moment. Yeah. Yeah. Elves are dominant here. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's save the game again over this. And when I click in turn, that should end this phase, and then we should go into, like, being able to, like, assign fights and what have you. These units are gonna, you know, hang out here to defend this. Should blue get aggressive toward me. Or after the beaker and the gold per turn. That way we can double our research income. And perhaps we'll take this big elven city. They got plenty of pop, but you know, they don't have any research here. They're hiding their beakers over here on the Agua with an academy. Cards generated and a research point. Interesting. All right, in case I have misunderstood how this works, I've saved the game. All right, combat progression. Grimith. This phase, you can see the moves your enemies are making. You can skip them by pressing the skip button. They built a tavern. They're shuffling units around. Makes sense. It's a little difficult for me to read the text there, only because there's, like, no background overlay. Revelin Times. Dead Emperor's bastard son gets wizard's backing. Time for some R&R, says Emperor. Maniacal Maxos magic makes many more mortal. Surrender while you can. Commander, enemy now transports troops over sea. More haste, less speed. Enemy invention propels troops forward. And I'll note that each country you conquer starts earning gold. Additionally, the longer you hold a country, the better your defenses for that country will be. Each country is populated by a certain species. I wanted to look at this. Your current popularity among the species is shown at the bottom of the screen. The higher your popularity, the more support you receive in this land, the more support you enjoy, the larger your army in a country can be during the combat phase. Wanted to note this here. That blue came across the water with just one, like, trooper, but a transport, and it was a neutral country. They just, boop, they took it. Now it's theirs. Good for them. And we can review over here. So they got enhanced editions, engines for their troopers, transports. They built transports. And quality research for them to do some naval invasion shit. To make use of things, and then there they went. They went over and took that. Well, that means, I mean, that's very disrespectful. We're going to have to start a fight, I dare say. Their capital is here, which is a bit isolated and protected from me. It's a lot of stuff they're going to be able to make at a given turn. We got an initial influx of cash. Don't think there's going to be anything. Yeah, there's no events for us, and we only have 2 research. So at least they're hanging out together.
Yes, Commander.
What's your take on the war situation?
Long ways to go yet, haven't we? But our side has a dragon and a wizard for its backbone, and that's more than the enemy can say.
What do you make of the other generals?
Which one do you have in mind?
Edmund.
He's a slimy kid who happens to excel at warfare. I once met a lizard who went to school with him when he was but fresh from the eggshell. Told me he'd always been like that. Smart as a whip, but a loner too. Hopelessly assured that he is better than everybody else, and has 10 brains for every one that we have. Worst part is, he may well have. But don't you ever tell him I said that.
Edmund.
Commander? Anyone in specific?
Talk to me about Henry.
He is a bull that holds a general's rank, Commander. All balls and no brains, I dare say. But one can't deny the efficacy of his methods. I'm told he wasn't always given to such impetuousness in his actions. but with the coming of that prosthetic arm of his, came a change of character too. I'd conclude there's more to him than meets his good eye. Were I not quite so certain his psychological depths run as shallow as a guppy pond.
And I don't care about asking you the first question. Alright, we got work to do. Let's maybe get ourselves into a confrontation. Yes, yes? Now, all of you are congealed into one pawn. 4 troopers better than 2 hunters? I think those would be. I'm interested in... Hey. Go over there. I thought I'd be able to... Okay. There's a... If I load onto you... There we go. Okay, we can split up. Alright, cool. Give me a trooper. Give me a hunter. And I'm sending this stuff because, you know, maybe they'll ship over too. It doesn't look like they'll be able to handle those things. But yeah, you just moved a loaded transport into another country. You can unload your units by right-clicking on it. There we go. We should conquer that. And should get us this island. The rest of you are coming over here to swat this shit down. Just wanted to test that movement. There's 3 troopers there. Got ourselves a warlock, a hunter, and a grenadier here. We don't have a transport available, so we can't, like, swing over and grab 3 research points. It's a compelling argument for a transport. Alas and alack. That's something in our possession. With 13 monies, I'm just going to go ahead and pick up 4 more troopers. They do a wide variety of things. 2 troopers and a warlock. 2 troopers and a grenadier. 2 troopers and a grenadier. And we got some moves to make. We'll see how terrible things go. We don't have to attack and have 2 battles this turn, but we could. We'll be able to directly participate in 1, but we won't be able to directly participate in both in a turn, because we'll be busy with 1, you know? Three troopers. Also, am not confident enough to know if I could handle that situation. Let's focus on this. Maybe we can slow roll this, you know? No rush. No rush. To the turn here. Gather up and then we'll get moving. They do have more regions than I do, but it's the way it is. And notably, like, it's going to take us 2 turns to reach to reinforce there from here. And they've got more transports we saw to play around with to ship things around. To ship things. Very much so. Okay. I'll let it go for now. Buildings in various countries earn you strategic advantages. You can only have 1 building per country, so choose carefully, decide to build a new one. The building in a certain country is not of your liking, you can sell it and build another one. They built a parliament. They got parliament cards, man. Suppose I didn't look to see if I got any new cards. Nah. Hello. Overview of where battles are going to happen, which will give you final tactical insights before the fight commences. You finish viewing the map, press the continue button. A go into battle. We are having a battle here. They got some stuff extra that they've moved in. We've got 3 troopers, 1 hunter. And, Thought I would play cards from this. That's what I get for not reading. A chance to win this is 36%. They got a war factory here. Yeah, I guess I will play it when I go to battle. Yes. Decide who will lead combat. Select the dragon if you want to participate in combat yourself. You can play cards to improve the odds in your favor. In single player, you can swap or remove cards by left or right clicking them. I am going to lead this battle. Me. That's me. I'm gonna lead it. And we got some cards we're gonna be playing. So, we have some combat cards. There we go. We'll just have an extra 5 trooper mercenaries. Now the auto-resolve is like, we feel pretty good about that. There's our map situation. We could also play it. No, fuck. Guess we're doing that. Yeah, I can't escape out of this. I was doing something for demonstration purposes, and well, that happened. Understood. I have no further questions. Demonstration purposes. So, yeah. We had devastation. Is there. Permanently increases the damage of your primary attack by 33%. Really, this is our only active ability. And everything else is passive. This is the one that we got from the card I played. I was on the way of saying, like, hey, bud, just so you know, like, things take time. To cards. I don't just have those infinitely forever and ever. I get to spend an hour or sometimes ever for the tutorial, and I gotta figure out how the fuck to play again. Pressed escape. Let's go to control settings. We got quick save, quick load. Yeah, I needed some extra units here because, you know, we gotta kick the tires on everything. Lower the game speed. Let's lower the game speed a little bit. Let me have a look at things, yeah?
You've selected a
Yeah, I know. Build a battle forge, build a war factory. Dragon is still preparing for battle. Build anti-ground turrets. A cost recruits. Recruitment citadel. Here's our various units of hunters and troopers. We are facing this direction. Let's go this direction. He said definitely knowing where he was and where his units were, 100%.
Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
Those military structures? No. You can...
That's impossible, Commander.
Oh, those are just enemy targets. Right, but we can capture things by standing next to them, I think. Oh, we're about to find out. I definitely remember what I'm doing. It was a great tutorial. This is not going to go wrong. 100% convinced about everything.
There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
Yeah, no reason to doubt my insight. You see? They agree. They know it's up. We're going to capture this resource construction site over here, and it's going to be awesome. See, look at that. We're getting shit. They're sending transports.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
They're moving to capture things. I'm so fucked.
Construction underway, Commander. It'll be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
So completely fucked.
Pay me in blood. Construction underway, Commander. It'll be built in a jiffy. Let's get this dance of death started. Troopers awaiting your decision, sire. Let's get this dance of death started. For glory and honor and wealth.
Glory, honor, wealth. There goes that trooper.
Anything for the Empire. Death before failure. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. Anything for the Empire.
The transport is bombarding me.
Troopers can now capture our buildings. No one defies the will of the
I
Empire.
don't disagree with you. Rally point here. Rally point here. I built that, and that doesn't help me at all. Because I don't have any units for it. That's fine. That's definitely fine. Give me a warlock. Grenadier. How's things going over here? They're going great. They're going absolutely great with our cool chain gun abilities against that hunter. We definitely got that under lockdown. There's 100% no problems. Guaranteed or your money back. Our army comparison is definitely not fucked. I have 100% got a control over this situation. Definitely not just trying to learn this in real time right now. We're definitely out of recruits, and that's not a problem. Quick, get the dragon in.
Awaiting your decision, sire. Not enough recruits to morph, Commander.
I'm out of recruits, and so can't morph a dragon in. We're gonna need another recruitment center. We can sell buildings to gain recruits. Dragon! There's only one way we're winning this game. Send the fucking dragon.
Forge completed.
I'm overheating. Still overheating. How's it looking over here? Oh, God. I have lost track of everything. That side, it's totally great. I definitely haven't lost control of everything. I definitely don't need to replay this. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm under complete Fuck that transport that was almost dead anyway. Definitely earning achievements. I am 100% earning achievements. Because I'm a fucking dragon. We'll just keep building up recruits, and, it's fine. It's fine. It's definitely 100% fine. You see them flying over there? I see them flying over there. It's okay, everyone. No matter my complete and total inability to understand this video game, rest assured of one thing. I'm a fucking dragon. Okay. Sure. That's not the build button I meant to press.
Your unit will soon be ready.
Cool. Great. Wonderful. How will we salvage the situation?
I will crush their bones.
We'll salvage it by being a dragon.
The grave be their destiny. Pay me in blood. That's impossible, Commander.
Take it. Yep, we're gonna get them, chat room. We're gonna completely get them. They're gonna have no ability to deal with anything I'm doing. They're gonna be so doomed. I'm gonna get them. Just gonna tickle them And that's it. They're gone. You're gonna be like, whoa, he's so good at video games. Wow, strategy master. Definitely sold by everything happening here. Not in any way, shape, or form concerned or alarmed.
Your unit will soon be ready.
How could I be? I'm too good.
Catch as catch can.
Bring me the spoils of war!
The Emperor's enemy is my enemy. Death before
We never ended up finishing capturing that.
Well, not anymore.
I guess not. Or that resource construction site. That sounds like it could be really useful to have resources.
To my last breath.
What if we had a resource construction collection site, then we collected resources? Imagine how many more recruits we could have if we did that. They got a transport. They got units I think they're loading into a transport.
Let's get this dance of death started. Death before failure. No one defies the will of the Emperor.
Hey, tutorials. Appreciate you having popped up. We talked about those earlier.
Ground, sire.
Hey. 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 You fucking quit that. You know what? I was gonna capture this building. Fuck this building. Building is disrespectful. No matter what, I am a dragon.
We had better be on the lookout for enemy grenadiers, Commander.
What? What are you gonna do?
Completed.
I'm a dragon knight. I'm like a half dragon with a fucking jetpack. The hell with this building. It's not getting captured anymore. These units? Your economy? No. Good. I hope you all learned a very valuable lesson. I apparently was spawning a turret there, which was very disrespectful. Also, howdy! I see you finally executed the naval invasion. I'm overheating. I deleted these turrets for recruits. Please stand by. What, you think I forgot about you and what you did? Damn it.
That's impossible, Commander. That's impossible.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Get out of selecting that. Or not. They didn't get out of selecting that, Shadow. That's probably my fault, you know?
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. The Emperor shows us the way. We'll crush them one leg at a time.
Alright, good news. We have recruits.
Trooper ready to march. For glory and
Bad
honor.
news. I don't have control over this map.
Construction in progress.
Grenadier, fresh from the barracks.
It'll be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress.
Maybe I should actually get that recruitment citadel built now. You might be like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Construction in progress. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. It will be built in a jiffy. Construction in progress. The Emperor shows us the way. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
Grenadiers are filled up with ale.
Battle forge completed. Anti-ground turret completed. Anti-ground turret completed.
Just go ahead and dismiss that for now.
There better be a tavern. No mountain can stop us.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Ready to follow you, even into death.
Even to death, let's hope it doesn't come to that, man.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
All oiled up and ready to go. Walking beer.
They took that fucking port again.
Warlock ready.
This fucking amphibious assault.
Grenadier, fresh from the barracks.
There's so many other things to think about right now.
Under attack, but we will hold our ground.
This was meant to be a cool push to take this. I've killed 100 units with my damn dragon.
Me out of here.
I have definitely noticed there's other units. Mountain Dragon, I'm glad you're here, because, Auto-resolve would have had a better chance of doing this than I am. Good thing I have Life Leech, an extra regen. I've taken 5,500 damage as a dragon. To temporarily phase out of this. Can I control group these? I can.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready.
Grenadiers are filled up with ale.
Alright, I gotta go. Gotta be careful about overheating.
Reinforcements requested.
Leech a total of 10,000 health as a dragon. I got close to overheating there. No, I actually did hit overheat. Go get them, Warlocks, Grenadiers, what have you. Keeping an eye on any more amphibious invasions. We've broken the Dragonite once before. Like I said, keeping an eye. Leech some health back. Damn, overheated. Okay. Let's have you folks move up here.
Construction underway, Commander.
Actually get this resource generator up.
Construction in
Give me another one of these. Rally point there. Rally point there. Just have you be 3. I could probably have you be in the same group.
Unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
That's wrong button.
Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
No.
Anti-ground turret complete.
Cool.
Walking beer keg, reporting for duty.
Alright.
Battle forge completed.
Grenadiers are filled up with ale.
Warlock here.
Excuse me?
Grenadier, fresh from the barracks.
Constructed to
What is this?
recruitment citadel.
What kind of sneaky bullshit are you trying to pull? Get out of here.
Warlock here.
It's better for me to take on clumps of units than these damn turrets. Oh, shit, I thought I escaped that. Okay. I've learned.
Firing up.
I really thought I escaped that. Damn. Okay. That,
Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander.
Hmm.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Grenadiers are filled up with ale.
Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander.
Damn, overheated. Looks like, have a look over here.
Reporting for duty.
Good, good, good. Good job, Warlocks.
Instructed to fight.
They fucking took over... What the hell is this? This damn game. Other than chaos for me. Their troopers are capturing my turrets. Or just their close proximity is capturing my turrets.
The Emperor's enemy is my enemy.
Kinda less interested in building those. I know I can have my troopers go out and try to capture buildings, but, there's a lot happening that I'm trying to process in real time. This has been the crucible of learning for me. Actually,
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out.
I'm just gonna keep sending, like, warlocks. Go attack this way. Put pressure on them this way. It's been working out pretty well.
Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Trooper ready to march. I'm afraid we're out of support, Commander.
Oh shit, we're out of support.
Construct-
Oh yeah, we are. We have used all of our fucking support. Oh, also.
Population depleted.
Let's get this dance of death started.
Be depleted population. That's something worth noting as well. There's only going to be so many units that can be built, and then population will get depleted in locations. This is not a limitless throw of things. Thought I was commanding them successfully. So that does prevent this shit from dragging forever. Okay, I gotta actually switch out of this form here. You units who are still on this, quit. Take backsies. Take backsies. 100% take backsies.
Yes. Die in a fire.
Die in a fire. Damn, that's fucked up. Who knows how much support I've sent to get destroyed that way. They have anti-air turrets. Presumably, I can run my adversary out of support as well, but my adversary does have a lot more, you know, recruitment centers. And frankly, a better understanding of this video game. Stop being a dragon for a little bit. There's a real-ass punishment for overheating. Woo! Let's switch out of dragon form for now.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire.
Like, I haven't given hope on this map. I'm still firmly focused on this. Those anti-air turrets are a real pickle. Particularly given the range of things. And you'll note that my adversary's ability to chuck units at me has sharply declined. Very, very sharply declined. And you know that bar up there in the top? Looking a bit more favorable for yours truly now. I'd say, I say we'll take it. Yeah, that, wow, that's incredibly skilled gameplay on my part. That was nearly a half hour of... You know what? I didn't have to go through doing everything. We take those. Units. I was, I barely led for a moment at the start, and then vastly got a... That was a slow comp. That was a... Yeah, I did keep it slow the entire time. Ooh. That's gonna take me longer to get a grasp of this game. And I just stayed overwhelmed on unit count until suddenly... Outies. Unit strength? Yeah. Buildings? Yeah. Yep, I was losing that every moment of the way. Build sites? Absolutely. Recruitment center income? Yeah, there was a time we were evens. And then we both ran out, and then there was no more income. I spent more time in Dragon mode than strategic mode. I'm processing things. I also need to turn off Steam Friends, which I cannot access the Steam interface from the screen, even though I'm getting pop-ups from Steam Friends. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got some bad news, chat room. My attempt to open up the Steam overlay to turn off Steam Friends instead of just clicking out of the game and going into Steam that way. I had it on because I was playing MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries earlier and I forgot to turn it off. Got some bad news. Really for me. Yep. Damn. Okay. Yeah, I'm aware it stopped responding. That first battle was an opportunity to learn from my errors, to take into the second battle, not replaying the first battle. So no, I don't see this as an opportunity. And of course, I didn't quick save during that because I was willing to not quick save during that, and I was just gonna roll with the punches. I wasn't playing for the game crash. Now I know to play for the game crash.
Commander? He is a...
Great. Wonderful. Truly Frabjous Kalukale. So no, that categorically sucked. Alright, let's see if I can just repeat my moves. Yeah? Just load with, 1. Take it over. You kids come over. And I think that very definitively taught me that, I want to be on the scene for every potential thing. Of course, do not have a transport. So, no. We're not going to throw anything and have a general quickly clean that up. No, we'll stay behind in things. No, it's fine. It's definitely fine. I'm definitely doing great. Definitely having a good time. Having a good time. All right. Yeah, okay. Review my cards. Devastation, you know what? I think, yeah, okay, yeah. All right. In turn, please. Let's see if they repeat the same moves. They get a Parliament. All right. Yep. Overview of battles. I agree. We're going to be leading the fight. Thank you. The odds are different coming into the situation. We're going to play Devastation again. And sure, we'll play our Trooper Mercenaries again. We'll take that from the top. How's our map? It's the exact same. Okay. We're ready. We'll take all of them, boss. We'll take all of our skills, please. Thank you. That looks good. All right. Cool, it saved that at least. We don't have option to normal save or normal load, but we can quick save and quick load from this position. Okay.
Out of recruits, Commander.
You found me, did you?
Pay me in blood. The Emperor shows us the way.
On the trail.
I have no idea what that game is, Gear-chan, so no, I have not played it.
The Emperor shows us the way.
Completed.
We'll crush them one
Gotta
at a time.
do this again.
Let's get.
Good at taking the lessons I learned the first time. And the second time, since you know I won. And we take those moments. We take victories. We definitely take victories.
Let's get this dance of death started. Anything for the Empire. Pay me in blood.
They won't even see me coming.
Construction underway,
I have not.
Construction in
There's nothing out there on the water except for that transport over there at this time. I can't summon a dragon anyway. That's gonna be how I solve that. Durgan.
construction underway, Commander.
Without a trace. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Let's get this dance of death started.
What have I failed to capture over here?
They won't even see me coming.
There's like some site over here.
Anything for the Empire. Is that a tree?
I didn't finish capturing that. That explains it. Okay. Literally an explain text to provide information.
Paynian blood. The Emperor shows us the way. Recruitment Citadel completed. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. The grave be their destiny. Let's get this dance of death started. Recruitment Citadel completed. We're under attack.
No. Still no. The sequel to no.
You'd better be on the lookout for enemy grenadiers, Commander.
There's still a unit over there that was left. No, they somehow got that fucking turret place.
You found me, did you?
With their very
Set the
brief
trap,
landing.
I'll make the kill.
Should be able to build hunters with this. I have an interest in those.
Your unit will soon be ready. My magic is charged. Firing up.
Go on, give me a target.
Warlock ready.
Just tuning in, we're having to replay this battle due to a crash at the battle end. It's one that I won, but, you know, we're here all the same.
Construction underway, Commander.
These things happen. I'm thinking about...
Yes.
They won't even see me coming.
Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. War factory completed.
Damn, overheated. Stop being a dragon for the moment. Come over here, guys, and, instead of deleting that building, why don't you capture it?
Completed.
Picking up their scent.
The enemy can build troopers now.
Like the wind.
I insist. Capture that building. I'll take care of this. All right. Give me a battle forge here, please.
Is that a tree? Don't want any more.
Let's cut them off here.
War factory completed. Let's get this dance of death started.
Like the wind.
Be on guard, Commander. Enemy hunters are about to be deployed.
Okay. Hunt this.
Losing ground, sire.
Cool.
Troopers awaiting your decision.
Easier for me to handle, like, commands when I do it like this. Howdy. So you would like to land on my shore. You know, I can't blame you. It's a very strong shore. I have not lost sight of the units that are going to attack one of the bases I just captured. I'm keeping that. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, well,
On the trail.
so I lost that. Oh well. Losses happen.
Being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will
You really queue up a lot of units at once, and I like that. That's good stuff.
Your unit will soon be ready.
Well, this one ain't fucking going as long as it did the first time around. That was a definite trial by fire. Fucking learn how to play the damn game. I believe the answer is I have an understanding of some basic mechanics. Advanced concepts may escape the streamer at this time.
Warlock awaiting orders. Ready to blaze the sky.
Why don't you take control that, troopers, if the building survives. And that has a cooldown phase. Okay. That Battle Forge gets to be ours. Make some units there for me, please. Like, there's ability to control units if with dragons while you're a dragon. You have some limited control. But emphasis on the limitation for my capabilities at this time. But this just works better for me. We even got demoed in a video about how to do the capturing process. Capture that structure.
You're blowing my cover.
Again, though, still could have done without replaying this fight and taking it to a second fight, right? My troopers died before they succeeded in the capture.
Being manufactured, Commander.
So there's a construction site here. There's you units hanging out playing Nintendo.
Stop us!
Anything for the Empire.
I like how many units you can select at once. It's good stuff. And there's plenty of, like, reinforcement points that were left on the map, too. Unlike the first time, where I was never in control at all until they ran out of everything. There was only a brief window there where I was losing in troop count. So it wasn't, like, this was not a fucking 30-minute slobber knocker. Cool. Building and achievements. 0 casualties. Fight a battle and lose none of the units you took with you. Good. Yes, building in various countries earn you strategic advantages. You can only have 1 building per country. We learned about that before. Did nothing end up getting taken to this country? What? Oh, pressing S. Our man aboard the Raven. Victory party report, unification of the land, or one man's personal popularity contest. The Emperor is leading a double life, torn between man and
Great
dragon. I want to
glorious
save the game.
warlord.
Shut the fuck up.
Once more you return from the battlefield red with the blood of slain.
It was one
adversaries.
battle, dude.
And let me tell you, these victories of yours have not gone by unnoticed. In fact, to my great satisfaction, another pair of dauntless generals has joined our company.
It was one battle. One battle. 2 more generals? Add those to the first 2 I didn't use for one battle.
4 military masterminds are now on board. More than enough to start a campaign of conquest on a truly grand scale. No doubt you're as anxious to meet them as they are to meet you. So why don't you go to the throne room, where I've instructed them to await your arrival?
Between you, me, Grumio, and my generals, my cabinet's now complete.
Heavens no. You have the military firmly on your side. But civil emissaries, too, are bound to join our cause in due time. Indeed, I expect you'll be declared Emperor before long. Yes, you heard me correctly. Emperor. It is inevitable. People have heard of you. The dragon. Their one hope of deliverance from war, oppression, and
Literally,
death.
I fought one fucking
Soon
battle.
hope will turn into confidence. And when ambassadors of the civilized races flock to the Raven, your political career will commence. You yourself will of course represent all humans, but the dwarves, elves, lizards, imps, and undead will want their say as well, and more. Still, let us worry about politics later. Today, it is your generals that count.
All right, you gave me a little bit of a disconnect there, bud, with that cutscene, but I was also interested in... Oh, no asterisks. Screaming internally, not externally. No external screaming. I want to click on... I want to look at the map before... You fucking... dickbags, all of you. Fine. I want to look at my cruel map. No. Let's go to our
Lord
throne room.
Dragon, allow me to present your team of generals. Edmund, you already know, but I now have the pleasure of introducing you to Her Highness Lady Catherine, Queen of Westbridge, and Scarlet, not noble of birth, but the more so of heart. We four have pledged we will stand by you in your conquest as a rightful heir to Revlon's throne. Bastard no longer, you shall be known as Commander, until the day comes that you shall be king.
This is a lot of hype for... Like, I know I took a neutral territory. I don't think I ended up getting the island. That's what I wanted to look at, to squint at. But I personally fought in one battle. One. I mean... I kicked ass. Which is great, because the crash had me fucking running back. But that's it? That's all I needed? Just one?
All hail the dragon.
Hail!
Howdy.
Hail!
Howdy.
Yes, well, hail.
Howdy. Can I go look at my map now? Burb. I lifted my hand off the mouse and just like held up like a hold the fuck on gesture. Oh, I forgot to unload it. Okay. That's what happened. Cool, I forgot to unload. I just dragged it there. Okay, that's why I didn't get the island. I successfully unloaded it in the crash reality, but I didn't unload it in this reality, the true reality. I'm gonna blame bureaucracy on that. Why do I have to tell them to unload? We're fine. Okay. Definitely on me. Alright. We can't go back to the throne room, guys. We're gonna talk to each other outside of the throne room. We get to... Looks like they're all there, actually, in the bar. They're like, well, he left the throne room. I guess, guess we're moving on. You there.
Under my rule, you'd be given the Cross of Bravery for that last action, Commander. Well done.
I feel like smoke is being blown up my ass, man. You know what? Maybe it's better we live in this reality as opposed to the half-hour, like, I win because everyone ran out of points and I had more units reality. You like that? You like that? It's pretty good. Got a pumpkin there. How do you think the war's going?
You know very well how it's going. We're outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered. Just the way I like it. Gives us a chance to show how viciously the underdog can bite.
Okay.
If you wish. Anyone in particular?
How do you feel about everyone? First off, the cunt.
He's in a class of his own, there's no doubt about it. A brilliant mind, but in my opinion, a flawed one as well. He styles himself as superior to everyone else, and that would be just fine if he weren't a man. Or a bigot.
Okay.
I have many friends and enemies that are dwarves or elves or imps, and never have I seen evidence the one is inherently more smart or stupid than the other. In Edmund's mind, though, we are all on par with cattle, which is simply infuriating.
Didn't look like there was an exclamation mark area for any events, but I'm glad you brought up that musing in a situation where we're not running it back. You can play this game and explore it on your own time to see that.
If you wish, General Henry is the typical man who thinks of himself as an alpha male, whereas he is, of course, an alpha mongrel. He has the refinement of an inbred orc, and the manners to match, but he is a more than adequate officer once the trumpets herald war. Indeed, if he were a bit less brazen and a bit more calculated in his conduct, he might well come to rival Eerie Edmund. If you wish, she could stand to be a bit more ladylike in her ways, and many consider her resistance to authority counterproductive in a military setting. But she's wily as a wizard, and tough as mithril nails. Don't ask me why, but I have the feeling she's a troubled girl somehow. A girl, yes, hardly a woman as yet. None of my business, of course. She is here, and she's willing to fight for Rivellon. That's all that really matters.
It is somewhat difficult to read the text in this situation. There is an outline, you know, but all like the blackened text box where it would be easier to read things, it's down there. It lives down there to allow our choices to print out. All right, Scarlet.
A toast to triumph, Commander, and another.
Sup?
Don't really know, Commander. I certainly hope so. We've a long way to go yet.
Agreed.
About whom, Commander?
Let's go in order. Catherine.
Bit stuck up, ain't she? That's what a royal title will do to you. She used to be a proper queen and everything, with an entire country at her beck and call. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Me? I don't care for any of that rot. You got nothing. You got nothing to lose. About whom, Commander?
Dickbag.
Shifty son of a bitch, isn't he? Acting all high and mighty all the time, calling imps idiots, dwarfs dullards, that sort of thing. Makes you wonder if there's a single thing he's not intolerant of. About whom, Commander?
Alpha Mongrel?
Excellent chap, that one. Likes his jokes dirty and his liquor plenty. 2 peas in a pod, me and him. Well, on and off, that is. Can fight like a demon unleashed as well. Best to have him on our side.
Cool. Henry.
What a glorious battle you fought, Commander. Let's drink to your success.
Damn, all it really took was one battle.
Which one do you have in mind?
All right, talk about Lady Catherine.
Bit of a nice queen, if you ask me. Already called me names that'll make your mother blush, just because my eyes lingered a little along those curvy shapes of hers. But I'll defrost her yet. And in the meantime, we've got a cunning strategist on our side. A veteran of many a battle who has yet to learn the meaning of defeat.
You keep working at it, bud. I believe in your
Which
tenacity.
one do you Well, I figured that between me and the prissy brigade that Catherine and Edmund form, someone a bit more down to earth would be a welcome addition to the group. And let me tell you, if someone likes to go down, it's Scarlet. She's a man-eater in the bedroom and a man-eater on the battlefield. Fast, feral, and ferocious. Oh, I'll get more intimately acquainted with her, Commander. You mark my words.
Henry, I can't say you're growing on me, but you're growing adjacent to me, and I acknowledge you.
You fight with cunning, Commander, and you lead by example. Your example, of course, was I.
You know, this actually would have been better dialogue to hear had we heard it in the reality where, you know, I did win the first try, but it took me a half hour. And then, of course, I captured the island in that reality, too, so that was a good reality, really.
Anyone in specific?
Catherine.
As true a lady as one of her species can get is Catherine. Tragic, really. She held sway over an entire kingdom only to be drafted into the service of one who wouldn't have more than a flock of sheep under its command. If there weren't a wizard attesting, he's a very good boy indeed.
He's talking about us. if that wasn't clear.
I hear she hates men, or at least our male-dominated world, with a vengeance. In her land, women ruled and men served. Must have been a quaint locale indeed. Anyone in specific?
Scarlet.
She's no more than a tomboy playing a soldier. I don't know much about her, but I don't like what I've seen so far. We lizards have senses far superior to humans, and I rather resent having to continuously smell her in heat.
Maybe he's fucking with us. Maybe he's telling the truth. I couldn't say.
It's wondrous, my lord. Wondrous. The Raven, she speaks to me in my dreams. She tells me fantastic things, newfangled and new formed. I can make them all for you if you provide the right resources.
So the Raven, the ship, sings to you?
Indeed she does, my lord. A soft voice sings inside my head, but only when I'm in the land of eyes shut and mind at rest. There, she guides me to glory. Shows me things not even wizards could dream of.
So this fucking wizard apparently tells me that we're gonna blow up all this technology after I win the war? You know that?
Yes, but don't remind me. My heart bleeds just thinking about it. Oh, but I must be like a chef, don't I? I must create delicate wonders, impeccable blends of perfection in the knowledge they must all turn into wretched clumps of waste destined for the sewer. It's a thankless thing I do, but I must remind myself the fun lies in creation, not completion. Can't be helped, my lord.
So the only way that the land was unified under a single empire was through technology. Then the empire fell apart, and the wizard's suggestion is that we're going to reunite everything, and then we're going to take everyone's technology away. And this time, we're running it back. It's going to be better. All right. I don't know if I'm sold yet, Maxis, but... We're still screaming internally. That's good. That's good, Tangled. Like Prometheus with the fire, you must carry it. So, you know, this island could have been ours, and we could have had 2 research points and some more money, but it's not ours. That's just the way it is. There's definitely some fighting that happened here, and it was lamentable. I still can't build transports. That's lamentable. We could sell that building. But we could build transports there in the future. I thought I'd have this transport back, because, you know, I was going to have taken this, but this version of the reality, it didn't go the way I wanted. What I do know is that, hey, even if they do send out shit to take this, you know, and go to the island, what we are going to do is move my pawns on over. Hell yeah. You kids, I think I'm gonna keep here for a maybe eventual transport. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the next thing I research. As I have obviously seen that was the...
Oh, that it will...
I didn't need to click on him for this. I obviously see that would be 5 beakers well spent, yeah? It seems to be important on this map. Before that, how would we know how to transport units? We can't commandeer any of theirs. So my foe built a parliament to generate strategy cards every 3 turns. There's also a tavern to generate mercenary cards every 3 turns. If I keep these pawns, like, if I don't wait for a transport, I'm gonna have to walk back, you know, walkies. And, that's gonna take a few turns, so... What? wait for a transport, get a transport done, then go from there somewhere. That's 2 hunters, 3 troopers. I'm fine with that. We'll go where the road takes us. There is some commissioning I like to do. What card do I have to play? No card. They just have troopers here, right? Yeah, hunters in a selected country won't be able to move this around. Troopers in a transport, so I'm thinking no on that. Let's buy units here. We have 11 bucks, which I think is going to get us a warlock and a grenadier. Kind of liking those. And that's going to be it. We're going to prepare to do our 1 attack. And keep it moving. This place is going to regenerate in its reinforcement supply. Plus 900. Plus 990, excuse me. I can read. All right. We took it. We did it. Phew. Yep. They're like, let's go take the neutral place. Let's go take that. I don't know what Cartham's doing. They loaded up, though. We're going to have a fight now? That seems reasonable. Looking elsewhere on the map and looking what they did, they researched some cloaking for warlocks, imp binoculars for grenadiers. They're getting a lot of shit done. They do have more regions than I do. They started with more. And they're scattered around here. We're making moves. We're making moves. Let's go to battle. So I'm going to be dealing less damage in this fight because I'm not going to be playing the fucking card of Doom and Despair that gave me a bunch of extra damage, 25% because it's been spent. I'm going to go with playing no cards. I think we'll go playing no cards and see where the road takes us. I'm ready, and I'm going myself. It's just the one fight. There's our 4 abilities. Let's get cracking. Do attack. Select entire army. Okay. Good to remind me.
Picking up their scent. On their trail. They won't even see me coming.
Construction in progress.
What if I just went for it, you know?
You found me, did you?
With all of our starting units. What if I just fucking went for it? We don't have any troopers in this group, but what if we just fucking went? Because they have their troopers loaded on a transport. And we're just like, howdy, motherfuckers.
Battle forge completed. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Should work even.
We're under attack, but we will hold our ground.
Let's prevent them from doing that turret shit again, yeah? Yeah, I think we can get away without playing any cards in this one. Okay, good for them. Imp by Nox, sure. Okay, whatever.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
So, like, on the one hand, I could capture this with these eventual troopers. Or I could just blow up their recruitment citadel. So there's a real advantage to starting with a bunch of units. Particularly in a case where, you know, their 1 unit was on a transport, so they had, or if they're 2 units, I think they had 2 troopers here. Our home bases were so close to each other, and I just went doop-a-doop, didn't turn into a dragon once. Crushed. Win an RTS battle without ever spawning your dragon. I came to see RTS achievement. Famed generals flock to the banner of the bastard. Emperor accused of war crimes and latest victories. Investigation could take years. Emperor denies all charges. The Emperor's dark secrets and white lies. Maxos, are you back there again? Damn it, Beholden. Every decision you make regarding your council, your generals, and your queen, because you could have one of those eventually, chat room, will have consequences. Decisions will generate cards and or gameplay, disadvantages or advantages, and furthermore influence the personal stories of generals and queens. Battle fatigue. The enemy's shamans will move 75% slower.
Ah, Commander. No doubt you've had an eventful and successful day so far. But don't rest on your laurels just yet. For I'm here to inform you the councillors have arrived. The ambassadors of the races whom you'll have to duel and deal with in the political arena. Such is both the prerogative and the burden of an emperor-to-be.
Uh-huh.
You may think your first duty is that of conquest, to bring the war to as swift an end as possible. But I'm afraid there is much more to being a monarch than military matters alone. As a commander, as an emperor, you'll have to constantly endeavor to find that delicate balance between your roles as strategist and statesman, for the one necessarily influences the other.
I got Rise of Nations in my box of CDs. I haven't thought about that game for a while. It didn't appeal to me. I tried it. I got it as a Christmas gift. It was one of those games I requested for Christmas. Thought it looked interesting. Gave it a spin for several hours. I was like, nah.
Now, you may consider it strange that some will worry about the price of bread, and others will gripe about taxes. When all around us, machines of war threaten the existence of the very realm. But if you give it a moment's further thought, this is only logical.
I'm glad I am beyond the time of requesting, video games for Christmas. As, when I stopped being a teenager, moved on. Just, like looking forward to playing something. And then discovering on your Nintendo or Super Nintendo or Nintendo 64 or PlayStation or computer that this game, no, doesn't do it. Then maybe you get the receipt and return the game.
We may find ourselves trapped amid a conflict of gargantuan proportions. But that does not mean the average man worries most about feeding his family, about the little things that make for a happy life. And when you have been given an empire, Commander, you have to be responsible for every matter, every obstacle, every creature, great and small.
I've decided that this whole reading text thing is exacerbated by the multiple people who wear light clothes.
This may seem daunting, but I have never and never will doubt for even an instant that you, of all people, will rise to the occasion. Your counselors await you in the throne room, Commander. Godspeed.
My state now that I tell folks is that if for whatever reason you're out of ideas and you really feel like you need to buy me Christmas gifts, you're like, oh, I have to spend, because my mom's like this. She's been this way since I was a small child. Has to spend equal amounts of money. And these days, myself, my brother, and my sister-in-law are all the kids, even though we've got some decades of life. Like, you all need equal amounts, and I'm like, if you really need to fucking equal amount me, just Steam gift card, I'll figure it out. I didn't get one this past year. She didn't need the help to figure it out. It was great. But cool. We're going to the throne room to meet our counselors now. Maxo's just fucking Mass Effected off my damn screen. Third copy of SimCity.
Shush, everyone, shush! Here comes the long-awaited commander. The dragon that would deliver us from vile usurpers. The one deserving heir to Rivellon's throne.
That's our capitalist dwarf. Dwarves in this game are generally, I mentioned it earlier on the stream. What's best for business? And he's got an aesthetic. He's got a speech pattern. I'm sure he gets along great with Edmund, the lizard general.
Let me cut right to the chase, Commander, for I'm not a man who takes pride in his words, but in his pragmatism, rather.
I couldn't say OBS
the
Dark
entire realm
TV.
is under siege, and the free peoples left need a strong leader, one who inspires. You see, there may be a war going on, Commander, but that doesn't mean you don't have a realm to rule. Oftentimes, political concerns will take precedence over military ones, no matter how trivial they may sometimes seem in these dark times.
I have 4 regions now, provinces. I fought 2 battles. I've got less than 10,000 people under me. I don't know how long these turns last, but, like, there's... I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. He's like, what the fuck is this guy saying?
As much as possible, where your rule has been established, everyday life must continue like it would in times of peace, and everyday life concerns itself with everyday worries. The people will look to you for guidance in these matters.
I'm a half-dragon. I transform into a dragon in combat. I have a jetpack. That's... I'm not qualified. I really am not qualified.
We, as their representatives, have witnessed your triumphs with mounting awe, and have agreed you are to be the one, the hero, who shall both restore the kingdom and recommence the workings of government. I therefore declare you Emperor. Long live the Emperor!
Thanks, Dwarf Emissary.
Long live the Emperor!
Everyone agrees and has nothing else to say about this. From now on, these counselors will bring before you various political problems. If you do not make a decision, the majority vote will always carry the motion. So, we've got our 5 ambassadors, everyone. Look at them. Look at these chuckle fucks. They look great. We've heard enough of your voice. We know who I'm really here for. Alas, Yorick. That Yorick is your name fills me with a sense of perverse joy.
May the Seven be praised now that we have found our champion and our emperor. May the fire of the dragon obliterate every heretic in its way. May the light of the gods illuminate your soul.
I gotta level with you, chat room. The lip adjacent actions happening here with Yorick are something you should keep observing. You hold the gods in high regard, it seems.
The highest. We are the chosen of the Seven, Commander. We are those that have known death, have walked its black shores, but then have been restored to life. You think you are alive now, Commander, but you are not. You are but in the phase of flesh. Yet if you are devout and sweat in service of the Seven, you too, after the Dark Mother has lulled you to sleep, may be plucked from the dales of shadow and given the perpetuity of the bone.
Baby, I'm about to give you the perpetuity of the bone. Bone perpetuity.
Do well by the gods, Commander, and you'll do well by us, as well as all in the realm. We have many proposals to that effect, which I will bring before you in due time. So say I, Yorick, humble servant of the Seven. Gods be with thee, Commander.
Honored to meet you, Commander. I am Oberon, envoy of the elves, ambassador of the beasts, spokesman of plants, here in the hope that our new emperor will treat majestic Rivellon with the reverence she deserves, even in these times of frightful war.
So what is it that makes the elves tick, Oberon?
Well, Commander, if elves were the only race to have become what they misnomer civilized, this globe and all upon it would exist in a paradise of such perfection, the gods need not create for us a heaven. Such, alas, is the fiction, not the reality.
Absolutely, Akazar.
Others, less scrupulous in the handling of natural beauty, have risen to prominence. They hack and mine, blast, drain, and usurp. As much as we can, we condemn and attempt to stop their misguided endeavors. We are the Green Mothers, unwavering paladins, and it is our fondest desire you, Commander, will join our ranks.
Very severe face for Oberon here. You're fucking coughing? Hold up. Hold up. What do you mean you're coughing over there? Excuse me? Well, anyway.
Defend nature, and defend the little man, for
Yes,
they will
he's
in
coughing.
turn defend you. A happy people, one with the wilds, will fight for its country with redoubled zeal. To that effect, I hope we'll have your backing.
I wonder if the reaction there was like, oh, yeah, defend the little man. You fucking... Uh-huh. All right, I've had enough. Sir Falstaff, Silver Vein. What's going on over here? Trinculo Short Fuse?
By Grumio's gadgets, it's a pleasure indeed to shake hands with you, Commander. Your technician is my nephew, don't you know? And I am Trinculo Shortfuse, son of Trunculo Even Shorter Fuse. Praised be the dragon!
Praise be the dragon! You're like a fusion of imps and goblins and kobolds. This is great. What will the imps bring to the table?
Ha! You want gizmos? You want imps. You want the unthinkable? You want imps. You want great, big, loud, bright fire explosions? Lords above, it's imps you want. We live for all that is new and shiny. The old, we blow it up. The new, we study it for a while before we blow it up. Why? Because there's always something even newer waiting around the corner. Science, Great Dragon, never sits still. Try, investigate, experiment. And with a bit of luck, boom! Ha ha ha! A bigger bang than ever. On a more serious note though, Commander, science is indeed our passion. And we hope that under your rule, we will be free to explore its limits. Damn the gods, for there are none, and damn petty morality, for it is a brake on progress. Back us, and we'll craft you miracles.
The imps are, the scientists to the maximum. And I believe a long-standing theme on this channel is that we distrust wizards and scientists in equal measure. So, we'll keep an eye out here. Going on to Prospera.
By the powers vested in me by the great lizard lords, I, Prospera, endorse your newfound emperorship. Sorely we are in need of a dragon commander.
That was a title drop. Tell me more about your kind.
We are not a people that make great demands, Commander. We simply hold many a thing dear without succumbing to the excess of it.
You simply hold many a thing dear without succumbing to the excess of it.
The dwarves revere their gold to such an extent it becomes a fetish. Elves abide so strictly by nature they become her slaves. We like gold, for it is an economical mast. We like nature, for she sustains us. Yet none of the two we idolize. Reason and liberty, those are our bywords. Territories we defend valiantly. Territories, alas, easily encroached upon, for emperors tend to curtail them. Our ideal is therefore not a monarchy, but a republic. Think on that, Commander, as you pursue the throne.
While we're here, I want to spend a couple of moments in our magic, power, fantasy, technology, happy, fun time. We saw the undead barkeep with vegetables to simulate breasts. But sometimes over the course of your gameplay, like that Master of Orion remake that came out a bunch of years ago, you find anthropomorphized creatures that like, sure, mammalian breasts. Why not? I mean, could be a status symbol, could be a fashion statement, could be a whatever. Lizard people, why not? You can have genitalia in our magic power fantasy. Just figured I'd draw that. Now, yeah, never mind that the top is like, please stop. This is not, save that for Max Gentleman Sexy Business. Like the waist, like, you might think that's unnaturally narrow, but with enough core sets and magic, maybe you could accomplish that. And just, it's like a fucking, like, it's like I have a scarecrow here. Just stop coughing. Thank you.
Isn't this a world gone topsy-turvy? I've declared you Emperor, and you don't even know my name. Sir Falstaff Silvervein, Commander. Born and bred neath the Emerald Mountains. There. Now that we've been acquainted, I do declare it's time for a beer.
It really is the idle animation, much like Yorick's eventually coughing. Tell me a bit more about the dwarves.
A proud of folk you'll ne'er meet, Commander, nor a more robust one. Best allies an aspiring king can have, for our love of gold and all things precious is legendary, and gold is what an emperor needs if it be conquest that takes his fancy. So listen when I give advice, for your economy will prosper by it. Liquid gold, of course, is another of our pride and joys. For ale a sparkle, we'd go to war. But our families, above all, Commander, are holy. Those manifold kernels that band together, and like the rings that form a chain mail, shape a society that is stout and steadfast.
It's really his face. Like, the face just gives, like, a... like, this fucking, like, gold-lusted corruption that just will pursue CEO Nwabudike Morgan and, like, Tolkien's dwarves straight into doom. Yes, rich as this plutocrat, like...
Yes, dwarven families grow as plenty as the grain on 1,000 wheat fields. And just like grain, it is from them that we derive the bread that nourishes civilization, and the beer that quenches its thirst.
Great. Okay. What a group of counselors, everyone. Truly. They all like me in equal measure. That will doubtlessly change with decisions. We've looked over these earlier in the stream. You can look at our generals and their stats, and various wages and what they accomplish, and Yorick coughing. I'm gonna go to the engineering bay now.
I hope your coffers are overflowing with gold, my lord. I'm discovering new things every day. Let's ready.
Well, we use our research for that. We're gonna go ahead and get a transport. That seems to be a thing. You know, it seems to be a thing. Could have also been 2013, given when this game came out. Let's have a look at the map. So, we've got this island now. Yes. We have dwarves, elves, imps, lizards, and undead. Surely we obviously must have all of the humans on our side. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I mean, we're half dragon. I guess. Cool. Good for us. We got stuff. We're gonna load this in the transport. Cool. And then we're gonna send the transport. It's gonna take 2 turns to get here. That's okay. And I'm willing to send this many units. Yeah, it's fine. Oh. Hey, no, you just... Alright, but I can't unload this turn, because you have 2 movement points, and you spend 1 of them unloading. Okay. Good chat. I'm glad we had it. Good talk. Good talk. That was an important talk. So we're still learning. We're still vibing. So we've done some stuff. It's been pretty cool, pretty fun. I've enjoyed the stuff we've done. We're gonna buy a transport here. Because, you know, that just keeps coming up, chat room. Looks, squints, there it is. I'm gonna load you in there already. Yeah. I'll keep these units here to look after things in case there's attack. You can stay pre-loaded. Sure. Why not? Alright. Let's move some pawns here. Let's look at these boards here. 3 gold a turn, 1 beaker. 2 gold a turn, 0 beakers. You have a war factory. You got jack shit. Yeah. This enemy country is entrenched. The higher an entrenchment level, the better defended it is against enemy armies. It is actually a little bit entrenched. Yeah, well, I agree. Well, anyway. Alright, cool. I'm gonna go with not buying another transport. We'll instead use my remaining money on 2 troopers here in case there's a naval invasion on me of some kind or fashion. Cards-wise, we just have a bunch of combat action cards. So I'll keep that in mind. So which of those counselors was your favorite, chat room? I could Twitch poll you, but that doesn't give you the freedom to, you know, make your cases if you want to expand more in depth. It'd be cool to adjust the speed of this. Right? I saw some units being shuffled around, their movement there. Obviously, some movement happened here. We've got 1 battle coming up. Okay, getting a variety of different opinions. Like to see it, like to see it. So we got generals, and perhaps I'll need to make use of them later, or maybe, you know, I would be super scared about, like, things and stuff. What kind of... They have 3 hunters. They have 5 troopers here. If I deploy my hunter card... Hunters in a selected country won't be able to move this round. But... I think that would be like to lock them in place while I attack something else. I don't think that does anything for me, like on the real-time map. I don't know that for sure, though. Because that's not a combat card, that's a strategy card. There's labeling here between combat and strategy. So as it stands, currently not in our favor. They have some entrenchment bonuses, of course. They have a lot of units here. But I got a Durgan. Big old Durgan. And we're going to use that Aura of Annihilation card. Do I want to use a Mercenaries card? Kind of interested. Let's give it a spin. Yeah, sure. We'll start with 2 Shaman Mercenaries hired this combat. Let's go. Aura of Annihilation. This aura permanently increases the damage done by friendly units nearby me by 30%. Okay, yeah, Aura of Annihilation, Tier 4. Fuck you. Okay, cool. A dragon is your most powerful weapon, but will get shot down by anti-air units. I should have looked at the map beforehand. Oh, God. Oh, God. Holy shit.
Go on, give me a target.
This,
Yes.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and take that? Yeah, that,
Ready to blaze the skies. Yes.
I didn't think this map would be so cramped because I didn't fucking look. Here I am trying to think about building a turret.
Construction in progress. Battle forge completed. Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
Let's halt that. I could just sell it. Nah. Holy shit, look at this! Look at this skilled gameplay! I'm digging this!
Your unit will soon be ready.
No mountain can stop us.
I'm going.
This is good.
Picking up their scent.
We're in a world of hurt here.
Here's the thing, though. They should have waited to make this attack.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander. Let's get this dance of death started.
On the trail.
No mountain can stop us.
I don't think it's gonna matter. We started way too close to them. This is not something that I can do. All right, we had a very valuable lesson there that we learned. Sometimes you're really close. Now we did end up holding this side-ish, sort of.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready. Pay me in blood.
Nah, there's no way that's accomplishing anything. There is one chance. It depends on these buildings holding. Because all I had to do was hold it long enough. If they had been any quicker at all. Okay. I think those shaman mercenaries bought me just enough fucking time.
Trooper ready to march. There is no reason to doubt your
I need to
insight,
take
sir.
these back. Otherwise, they might build turrets here at these construction sites.
The Emperor's enemy is my enemy. Your unit will soon be ready. There is no reason to doubt your insight, sir.
Yeah, no reason to doubt my fucking insight. None. Zero.
Let's get this dance of death started.
Zilch.
We'll crush them one leg at a time. Construction underway, Commander.
I'm actually going to build turrets back here in case I get distracted. But I always save enough to spawn a dragon.
We'll crush them one leg at a time.
That was near certain doom.
Construction underway, Commander. Let's get this dance of death started.
And I saved because I'm here.
Anti-ground turret completed. Anti-ground turret completed.
Yeah, I still see those missiles streaking towards me.
Anti-ground turret completed.
This is just normal difficulty. We've kept it on normal difficulty. I don't know what all changes happen. This is also still on slow speed. I gotta stay away from that anti-air. Woo! Yeah, this is slow speed in the options. There's a lot of tracking on these damn things. Good lord. Your fucking turn radius too, man.
Reports about the imminent arrival of enemy warlocks. Enemy warlocks can cloak down, Commander. You don't want them popping up behind your back.
Is that someone cloaked? Yeah, that's cloaked warlocks. I know they researched that cloak shit. So am I just gonna be holding this for the next 20 plus minutes or attempting to? Because I do not get much in the way of reinforcements, Your Honor. Is this how much of a pain in the ass my warlocks have been for them to fight against? Because, what the fuck? Come on, Life Leech. Take me home. What the fuck? These projectiles do not quit? I mean, they do eventually. Thank you, Lifesteal. Woo. Let's pull out for now.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
I was an Akazar. That was intentional. I'm sure I want to spend the fruits on that. You know, like I queued up a whole lot.
Warlock awaiting orders.
Gotta watch out for their anti-air. Don't get too greedy like that, Grim.
Warlock here.
You can see my aura, and how far that reaches. It's not helping me in my dragon combat situation directly, but, you know, in case they need to push, or rather they push me, or maybe I try to execute a push in a skinny minute. Again, thank you so much, Life Leech. I was several seconds away. I don't know, sub 10 seconds away? Maybe it would have taken a bit longer because my recruitment center had more health, but if that had gone down, like, I wouldn't have had the recruits to fix that. Even if I'd sold off the war factory, which would have been destroyed before that. I had just enough to... The turret, the shaman mercenaries, everything was spent to hold that. And yes, slow game speed. This goes up higher. Let's put it back to normal. Restart, resume, like retreat. That's a lot of different keys. I'm definitely noticing the speed difference. Reminder, I can overheat. Which is why I'm being careful with the shots. I have a boost meter. It's that gold bar that's constantly filling and exhausting as I dodge. Maybe we'll get that done with some research in a bit. A skinny minute. A while. Damn, that still kept an eye on me. Let's pull back out again.
Yes, yes, yes. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will soon be ready.
I'm not seeing a whole lot of, like, other trooper action from them.
Unit is being manufactured, Commander.
You can put so many things in the queue. I really like that. And that's, you know, kind of important. I like that design. I'm not building anything here. I have so few recruits that I'm just not looking to bother. And you see how much area effect damage I do, so why not let them gather up these troopers, these grenadiers. They're having a great time. They are definitely having a great time with their trooper for the Empire stance to blow me up. I boosted. I pressed spacebar instead of right arrow. It'll cost me 15 recruits to come back. You know, maybe that provokes some action out of them, right? It was a calculated death. I didn't have that long of a cooldown. So long as you have more recruits to spend and can wait the small cooldown phase, you can bring yourself back. I'm willing to overheat. Fuck that encounter. Nor should they. They had an entrenchment bonus coming into this region. They've got 2 recruitment centers to my 1. This has been a very much dragon important situation for me. They should not be letting up.
manufactured, Commander.
Hello. Would you like to be introduced to your Lord and Savior? Me? Still managed to get on my position. Also note there is a range to my attacks that I'm still learning. Just get out of Dragon Form. Get out of Dragon Form. Get some health back through that. Hide. Hide. Fucking hide. Jetpack Dragon, baby. Jetpack Life Leech Dragon. I just got Alpha Strike. That was beautiful. Just
Here's to you, sire.
Dodge this.
Your unit will soon be ready.
Ready to blaze the skies.
Army comparison, they're certainly winning on that, as they should.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Anti-ground, anti-air turret. Smattering of troopers, grenadiers. They're walking these grenadiers back.
All oiled up and ready to go.
It's like they're trying to lure me into attacking them. Nah, they can keep that recruitment citadel. That's such a beautiful clump of units, man. I just wanna...
It's impossible, Commander.
I just wanna reach out and touch faith. Live free or die hard! I still wanted to see how well they would... Their shots would track me over the river and through the woods. What's going on over here? Look what they got here. You know, we could build a transport. Would rather not get distracted by that. Have this extra damage aura. Kill 500 units with your dragon achievement. I overheated. Uh-oh, some of my units are fighting.
Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
All right, everyone.
I will stand until my last breath.
I'm tired of holding here. Let's do something.
Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
I have an Aura of Annihilation to give them extra damage so long as I'm around. You face Dragon, but what about Dragon with support? Think of how you'd feel as this player to have come, you know, just like a few fingernails away from taking this match. And then be in this spot, right? All my troopers died, so I'm not even going to bother trying to capture this shit. We're just going to blow it up. It saved me money, but, think yeah, but think about it from their perspective, right? Like, it's bullshit. Like, what the fuck, man? And while my grenadiers, some of them lived, the troopers, they all died. That's okay, though. Because, we'll have this now, I think. I'll build a recruitment citadel here, and let's get a battle forge. And I think I'm gonna sell this one. We're at the point where I'm gonna sell these turrets as well. I'm gonna trust in my possession of the situation. Might not need to tell you kids to hold position. You get a little uppity sometimes, you know? You might have gotten researches with warlocks. You might have gotten researches with cloaks. But let me tell you what, bud. Do you have Annihilation card? I do. He's like, you've only got that for one battle. Yeah. Yeah. Anti-air this. Overheating. That's fine. We'll take a break. I gotta say, the upgrades, like in the trooper speed, I've enjoyed, and the upgrade to, like, the capture, I have definitely leveraged and made some use of. And you can certainly make use of that while you're a Durgan. But, this Warlock, you know, I thought it was gonna be, like, some kind of fiddly unit. No, it's not some kind of fiddly spell unit. No, we get work done. Although we do know they have a spell to, like, transform someone into a beetle that we haven't researched. Let's get back on the board. We'll take some damage for the team and also buff them. Look at all these shots. Just... All right, team. Damn, that one blew up. So many units. Speaking of so many units... Battle Forge, right there, please.
Warlock awaiting orders.
You can hold Alt. It's got some typical keys that you know full well.
Yes. Ready to blaze the skies. Battle Forge completed.
Look at them go. You gonna do a naval invasion? I think you're just hanging out. You know, if you're just hanging out... I spawned 20, so it looks like every further spawning of the dragon does cost more recruits, and I think that's very reasonable. You know? Like, hey. Just to keep bringing yourself back like that, further and further price increases. Bye! I mean, that was a bunch of troopers gathered together. There's not that many people left to make use out of. I don't think we need to go that way. But you can go that way.
Bring me the spoils of war. Where's my gold, Commander?
Well, it's just, you know, it's only been a few hours of gameplay. There's so many troopers gathered that they don't deal enough damage to me through the air. And my life leech is such, I just terrorize all of them. Keep it up. Yep. Population was just all expended in the region. Woo! Look at that. Like, had they pushed on me any sooner, instead of doing, like, their divide into two, had I not held them with that turret for as long, had I not brought, like, other things, everything I had died. And then very slowly, like at their zenith, over 80 units on that board. At my zenith, I have 48. Now those numbers did hold pretty constant, like once I got there. Whereas they just cratered. Dragon did so much work. So much. We spent 80 total recruits in Dragoning. Yeah, okay. Yeah, as far as tokens go, we spent almost all of them that we sent here. But they lost 5 trooper tokens, 300 tokens, and a grenadier token. And we take one of their entrenched places that had a war factory on it. Dragon Knight declared Emperor. Winged love child is Empire's last hope. The old feudal system versus the new Empire, journalist dissemination. Is imitation not the sincerest form of learning, Emperor asks the enemies as he flatters them with an imitation of their transporters. Hey, bud. All right, let's keep it going.
What a sorry excuse for a general Henry is. Drunk as a dwarf again, going on and on about his lost arm. The more liquor disappears down his throat, the more he can still feel it. Wish he had a phantom tongue instead of a phantom limb. The place would be so much quieter.
Great. I see the throne room. What's, Henry?
Well, 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 the Dragon Commander himself. Come, sit, drink with me. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. He's had a few too many. But you take to the right too if you had an imp apparatus for an arm. Never told you how I came by this eyesore, did I? 'Twas during the great and glorious last stand to save the Empire. Horseshit. We fought like lions so that the king, your bloody father, could scarper with what riches he could hold. But my soldiers did their duty. They died where they stood, and I was left for dead. Want of an eye and an arm.
Good call, Spider. That is so fun. The Slayer King. Just fucking staring at the vampire counts, staring at the greed skins, staring at, like, the chaos dwarfs from further away. Chaos to the north, just he's in fucking hell.
Not that any of it mattered. The king's head was shown decorating a stake. Like star crowns will the pines come midwinter night. Defeat. Bah. Luckily, a touch of the malt can relieve its bitter taste.
Despite your dislike of my father, you stood your ground and did your duty. I hope you'll gain your respect so that you'll stand by me too, should the situation arise. The first one, I don't really feel that way.
You have the respect of Maxos, and that certainly speaks in your favor. But you'll need to come a long way yet to prove unto me you're not just another pampered prince he yanked away from his mother's teat. So what'll you have then? Mead or milk?
Based on everything we've seen, that dragon teat has to be pretty powerful. Well, was. Before Aurora died. Though having said that, apparently, in the mask that Aurora wore as human, everyone, the most powerful people, were like, holy shit! At least according to possible unreliable source of information, Maxos. What's up?
Stand in the path of a dragon knight and you'll be obliterated. Once more, this has been spectacularly proven.
Yeah. If you give me the time to spawn on the board... If all of my unit tokens can hold on long enough...
Combat and carnage! Huzzah! You showed him, Commander.
By the way, a look at the barkeep back there, if you had not seen. The presentation in this game is delightful. We got 10 research. Let's have a chat, bud. So there's certainly things I'd be interested in getting, but also we might need to, like... I wonder if I can do that on an autocast. That probably has to be an autocast, yeah. I use a lot of warlocks. And their cloak ability? Sure. Grenadiers? I mean, yeah, sure. Anti-air turrets? Yeah, sure. All these things possible. Shamans to heal and repair friendly units? That could definitely be useful as well. I'm going to try and stay away from improving my dragon abilities, he said. Going straight to the book? What do you mean? I have to progress further in the story for these. Come on. Come on. Leave me with basic powers. No, I can only bring so many skills with me. All right, everyone get back to the... get back to this. Hunter Revelation, yeah. Revealing cloaked enemies. Passive for hunters. It's pretty neat. Let's go to Warlock Meet the Beetles. I'm interested. Buy now. They turn a fucking transport into a spotted beetle? Wait, what? That's legal? It's not just like a land unit? You fucking turn a... Incredible. Sign me up. Mountain Dragon. Best dragon. Let's go.
Commander, it is imperative that we should win the war. For our enemies are godless heathens in need of annihilation. To hasten this process, I therefore propose we introduce conscription. For why have young, able-bodied men sit around or do menial tasks when they could be serving in your armies instead?
I guess I have to click. I'll click. A race's attitude towards you determines how much support you will receive in combat when fighting in their lands. Listen to the counselors to hear their point of view regarding the issue at hand. After making a decision, you'll be able to find out how happy or angry they are about your choice.
Commander, it is
Right, obviously. Let's go down the row.
Commander, even the most peace-loving elf won't deny that in these dark times of war, allowances have to be made which we would otherwise condemn. Conscription, though, goes too far. Let those that wish to fight for our cause do so, but let's not force men away from their families if they feel it is their duty to stand by them.
Okay. Dwarf.
Conscription may have somewhat of an ill ring to it, Commander, but it might be worth consideration nonetheless. There's not a dwarf that won't take up his axe for the Empire, but elves. A three-fingered man could number their volunteers on one hand. Time to get these weaklings into shape.
Lizards.
I don't think conscription is a very good idea, Commander. Not only should a life of soldiery be an individual's choice rather than an obligation, but by drafting so many young men into the army, you're draining our economical reserves. So please don't forget your political obligations because of your military ones.
And Imp.
Here's an imp's perspective, Commander. More soldiers equals bigger battles, and bigger battles equals more explosions. Win-win. Granted, it's a bit of a simplistic perspective, but imps will have their fun, you know.
God, this creature here is so after Tangled String's heart. Absolutely after Tangled String's heart. That's incredible. All right, so conscription. Understandably, the imps, dwarves, and undead are going to be yay about that. So that's going to increase our approval in their lands. The elves and lizards won't take too kindly to it. So it'll decrease our public support in their lands. The other effects, and I know there are other effects for each of these decisions, are not conveyed in this video game moment. What I'm deciding is whether I want to let you kids decide. And I don't think I do. I think I'll decide here. This is not a viewer democracy game. I'm going to institute conscription.
Bravo, Commander. Nothing like fresh blood to reinvigorate the military. A lot of it will be spilled, yes, but in service of the Seven, that is an honor, not a sacrifice.
All right, we have instituted conscription. Our popularities have not changed yet. Oh, it almost looked like there was an overlay for what the full effects are going to be.
Bravo.
You are too harsh a man, Commander. Think about the
He just wagged his
consequences of
finger at
conscription.
me.
There will be cases of conscientious objection, desertion, thereby execution. So much drama for the sake of a few extra soldiers.
He just wagged his finger at me.
Good. Fair's fair, Commander. Oberon and his kin deserve to make a bit of an extra effort, and if they don't make for good cannoneers, at least they'll make for proper cannon fodder.
I think you're making a mistake, Commander, but so be it. A generation will march to war. How many will return, I wonder?
I think the compelling argument for me about no conscription was, well, I'm a dragon and we're not conscripting more dragons, so, you know, I was thinking about that.
Wonderful. I knew you'd be swayed by the arithmetic of detonation. A child could do the math, and a child would be equally delighted by the outcome.
But I knew Chad's heart. Akazar and Tangled String. That's Chad's heart, apparently. Had been won over, if for no other reason than the fucking imp. Emissary. Wag your finger at me again.
You are too harsh a man, Commander. Think about the consequences.
Wag
of
your
conscription.
finger at me again.
There will be
Do it.
cases of conscientious objection,
Do it.
desertion, thereby execution. So much drama for the sake of a few extra soldiers.
Well, he didn't, but Yorick had fun back there. God. All right. Some real storytelling happening here, folks. That's such good timing. Well, anyway, guess we'll find out. Civilian casualties suffered so far. We've destroyed 466 enemy units. 338 of them have been blown up by a dragon. We've destroyed 15 armies. We've won 3 battles and not used any of these generals. We'll still save this as Counselor Hell 2025. Because we could undo our research. Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the board. You've acquired a transport? I sure have. Hey, it's teaching me how to use those now. Well, that's good. Anyway, we weren't able to disgorge our units last turn. We'll do so this turn. Boop. Give me them 3 beakers. Researches need to be done. We have our academy. We haven't gotten any new cards. We haven't held that for long enough. The transport here is ready to go with its 5 cargo. We can still leave 2 troopers here for another mission. Thinking about where I might want to press or move. If you look at our lands, they are, you know, elves. So lowering our approval with elves does complicate things, but we're going into undead territory. Yeah, it'll help us when we get there. Yeah. I think what I'm going to do... Ooh, I can't. That's 1 move to get there. Okay. Right, just due to how the sea provinces are drawn. I like how I can change the line. That's pretty neat. I can't disgorge this turn. So that is a complication of having left units here and then... but hey, shit happens. I'm thinking about whether I want to make an attack or... I think I want to do 1 attack this turn, and if I'm forced to defend, then we'll have to do an analysis there, right? But I think I want to attack here this turn. And that's all I want to try and push on and see how these units react. They may very well push for this. I have a war factory here, so I definitely want to recruit units here. And recruit 1 more unit. Let's get ourselves a Grenadier. Spend my money. And these units that were built back here a couple turns back can be the ones to make the attack here. Okay. That's going to be it for the turn. I suppose you guys... Yeah. I'm just looking around, keeping an eye on things. Possible transport action, shit like that. Come on over, then. Because if I lose my capital, just like if they lose their capital, utterly defeated. Of course, their entrenchment there is gonna be real. Yep, here they come. Okay, because that place didn't have any units in it, that was basically a free thing. I didn't know that for sure. Like, I knew neutral territory. That does mean, though, that I can't just rely on the support of the people to defend anything. I do have to have a unit there, period. Just like they have to have a unit there, period. So the capital not having a unit there, period, is a problem. Understood. Chance to win if we auto-resolve this, 58%. There's going to be little population here due to recent fighting and all. We're certainly fighting this ourselves. They hired mercenaries. Yeah, it makes sense. let's try out some other stuff. You know, give me a sense of how things play and look. We'll try this out. This is not a lot. Hopefully it's enough. Breaching Fire. Upon activation, your fireballs do 100% more damage to dragons, medium, and heavy units for 13 seconds. Dragons, medium, and heavy units. I don't think that's something we're looking at, but too much of. Okay.
No mountain can stop us.
Give me a temporary slow. Just want to have a even slowest restart, retreat, resume. I'm like, resume's at the top, right? No. Now I'm the one in this position.
A drunk man's orders are a sober man's thoughts. A bang for your buck.
Absolutely. Construction underway, Commander.
I'm wondering if I try to go after that or not,
My magic is charged.
given their unit superiority to me.
Bring me the spoils of war.
Yes.
I probably go after this.
Proceeding to location.
No mountain can stop us.
I think because of their unit advantage,
Construction in progress.
I hold out for my 3-minute dragon. Start with anti-air turrets here. Okay. We don't have to make this the freest thing for them, though, Grimith.
To another dimension.
Right? We don't have to make this the freest thing. Especially since they're, like, what the hell are they doing? Oh, this is a target ability. I have to do this myself.
One buck coming up.
I got an achievement for that?
Proceeding to location. Anti-ground turret completed.
There better be a tavern in a straight line now.
My magic is charged. Die in a fire. Ready to blaze the skies.
They're cloaked.
My magic is charged. Boomerang. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's impossible, Commander.
And we don't know they're there. And they're cloaked them. That's something our dragon would basically have to reveal. But that said, like, the fact that they didn't push forward with everything, like a hunter eventually would reveal that shit.
Moving out.
I'm gonna go ahead and get this. I'm gonna invest the recruits on this.
We'll be hit by the man with the hammer soon. Bring me the spoils of war.
To keep those turrets there. Okay. Let's, just a bit of time for me to process. Again, I think that's resume up there, and it's not.
In a straight line now.
Probably have to... Can I attack ground somewhere? No, I can't. They just get to attack the turrets. Okay, now I'm seeing more of the advantages of Cloak. Though that eventually does break. That lasts for 150 seconds. Which, you know, look at, you know, how long it takes me to get on the board, starting off. Just blow them up. It's fine. I know you're there. Okay, I can only have one ability active at a time. I wanted to test that out, too. Good intel, good intel. That's cool.
It'll be built in a jiffy. Ready to blaze the skies. You
Like, it's too late for you to come out here with this attack. Like, your time to do that was so long ago. If you'd come with everything. But you didn't. You didn't come with everything. The fuck? You're bad.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Construction in progress. Yes.
Just gonna keep you here. And there's not a whole lot of recruits on this map, because, you know, they recently had a great fight here and everything.
There better be a tavern.
It was a big deal.
Warlock ready. Warlock here.
Don't build that many.
Yes, yes. Recruitment citadel completed.
Make some ladybugs, warlocks. There we go. That's the ticket.
Warlock ready.
Yeah, there was no need for that card, but I didn't know that they wouldn't, like, press the attack and everything. Much like they did, when I was on this side, and they were on this side. This card, though, makes a big deal for buildings. Holy shit. Fuck yeah. That is very meaningful. Gotta keep that in mind as well. It makes sense they're heavily armored structures, like dragons. There will be no more units out of you. Done and dusted. And I like the synergy of being able to whip out the Warlock Beetling while I'm dragon. So at their best, they had 35 units, but it was crud. And none of my... No, we did lose a Grenadier and a Warlock. Oh well. Henry unfit to be a general, but don't quote me on that, Lord Edmund confides. Conscription, generation of children marches the war. The old feudal system versus the new empire, journalist dissemination. A Warlock turned me into a newt once, an editorial on the imp principle of accidental research. So my attitude with the dwarves, the imps, and the undead have gone up. My elves and lizards have gone down. I've gotten a new card. Your troopers will have 75% more hit points. Your general's actions have influenced the empire. And my policies have the following consequences. I get a card, Imp Grease Monkeys. Your shipyards produce units 25% faster, but ground units cost 20% less. Air units and sea units cost 10% less. The populace's motivation has decreased by 4% as a conscription. Sup?
Fie upon Edmund's pride, Commander. The Lizard Lords have granted him the honor of representing our mighty military on a diplomatic mission of utter import, and he gets his knickers in a twist because it comes with a spot of sacrament alien to our ways.
You know, I'm glad Edmund is an exception and not an overall representative of, at least according to the emissary, who I'm more inclined to believe.
I should think it would be good fun to attend an imp ceremony. Something is bound to blow up. Isn't that what the generals normally like?
What's up? How's it going? Who needs me?
I must say, I don't envy Edmund, Commander. He's to bow and scrape afore an imp of all things. If 'twere any other general, I'd publicly protest. But that conceited tosser deserves to kiss dust once in a while. Remind him he walks the earth just like the rest of us. Well, except you, perhaps.
Impressive victory, Commander. You fight like a lion, which is almost as good as a lioness.
Ah, to be in the thick of battle. With you calling the shots, it's a joyride rather than a jeopardy. We may well, but it still takes but a look upon the globe to see enemy colours all about us.
Imps, Commander. Are they not truly the lowliest of all the races? Were it not for the hint of demon cunning in their blood, we most probably wouldn't speak to them as much as serve them for supper with a series of seasonal stuffings. As it is, however, the Lizard Lords have deemed it fit to strengthen the military cooperation between ourselves and those demoniacal dewdrops. I'd exhale an existential sigh upon the hearing of such folly, yet give it no further thought but for one devilish detail in the treaty. It is I, as our foremost general, who must, quite literally, stoop to inspect their armies. An impish high priest will be present, figures fit for farce that are greeted and received with ridiculous amounts of highly ritualized protocol. As Henry might say, Commander, I'd rather lick marmalade from an orc's behind than bow to an imp. My very reason for currying your draconic benevolence at this hour. Certainly I have your blessing to abstain from these grotesque formalities and tend to business rather than etiquette.
I don't care if they have you jumping through hoops. If a courtesy is demanded, you must deliver upon it. Such are the rules of diplomacy.
Your wish, my command, et sorry cetera. But if there indeed be hoops, the snapping of little necks will be added to the ritual.
Good. Glad we resolved that situation, everyone. Good chat. Glad we had it. Up to 9 whole beakers a turn. 9 beakies. I think the next thing I want to do is give myself a way to spot cloaked units. Now, hunters have a revelation, and I can build anti-air turrets. Essentially, I'm going to be getting 9 more beakers a turn, so the turn after this, I can pour into giving myself a, thing for hunters to spot stuff. By the way, you can cloak transports, possibly, for 225 seconds. Notable. Yeah, so, Warlock Cloak. I think I'm gonna give myself this anti-air turret research. Just to have that one in the pocket. For now. Not that I'm seeing a whole lot of air units, but who knows what may transpire. Soon, TM. Bye now. Several thousand years before the events of the other games. Let's look at the board. When your popularity with a faction falls below 50, support in their countries will dwindle. This will affect your gold and research income from this country and the amount of units you can build when in combat. Notable. Definitely notable. Alright. And since our country is entirely elves right now, you could see how that would be a problem. You could see how that would be a problem. Go ahead and pop them out there. You think they might attempt this attack again? They might attempt this attack again. Though, I think given all the units I have here now, that would be problematic. It might actually cause me to pop out one of the generals. Now, do I think I'll make a move here? I think the answer is yes. Also, I was hoping I could split those up on my own. Without needing like a... That's all combat phase stuff. Hotkeys for battle forges. Building research menu. Okay, yeah. Strategy phase. There's no button that says, like, hey, split up your stacked troops here. Not that I can say. Because I'd like to, you know, spread some troopers around. But I was able to do that, like, with the transport and not. What I'm thinking here is, like, if I gotta stand a unit everywhere just to make sure I don't fucking lose the match, maybe I stand a unit everywhere. And we just buy, like, a transport here, which, of course, all this shit's cheaper now, chat room. You know, 2.4 gold. But it rounds up to 5. Crimes? If that's 2.4 gold... If 2's 5, but 1's 2.4, and I just built one, do I get to keep spending to... Crimes? Criminal activities? Think about it. Think about crime. Why settle? Akazar. Why settle? Okay. Give me some more warlocks. I'm digging this unit. It's weak against all. It is weak against all. But if you have enough of them... See, building 2 of these only costs 11. This is in fuzzy math. Yeah. All right, good. Okie dokie, maybe this region will recover this turn. Who could say? I do want to keep it moving with making an attack. And I don't think I want to go after the capital. Now, a concern would be if they throw everything here. But if they, like, try to attack this again, it would be foolhardy. We'll see. We'll see. Let's try something here. They got some entrenchment. We'll do this, and then perhaps next turn go after the capital. And see what happens. Maybe, potentially. We'll see. Possibly could be. I don't know, though. Immunity makes a country immune to evasions and enemy cards for 1 turn. Tilt's head. Did you play that one too late? Maybe invasion cards are just what was involved there. They're immune to invasions? Are they? This Okay, this map looks similar. Let's, have a look around, since apparently I am a schlep who, cannot click the look at map button beforehand. Yes, this looks, it really feels like we've been here before, chat room. Really feels like we've been here before. Well, good news, we have prior experience with this map.
Target acquired.
How to build a factory here? I say no.
Yes, yes, yes.
No, 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 no. The speed to normal. Watch I win this, and like, no, they're immune to invasions, man. Like, what the fuck?
Where's my gold, Commander?
Proceeding to location.
Bang for your buck.
My magic is charged.
We don't have any hunters with us to make these captures go quicker. They do have troopers, and those move pretty quick with the upgrade. I didn't have any troopers with me. Wonder if they're gonna do transport shenanigans again. Guess we'll find out.
Yes, yes, yes. Firing up.
Here they come. You guys, are you troopers sure? They're like, yeah, dude, we're fucking sure.
Absolutely. Firing up. Yes. One bug coming up. Yes. One bug coming up. That's impossible, Commander.
Fine, I lost all the units here. And I don't have any new ones coming. Awkward. Build this. Because I didn't build a battle forge there.
Completed.
I should have saved at least one. Keep in mind, I can't spawn my dragon everywhere.
Battle forge completed. Unit is
So much for my warlocks. Only so much they could do.
Let's get this dance of death started. Constructed to fight.
When I despawn it, there's not much of a refractory period. It's just the initial, like, just boot up phase. You can't just start dragoning from the get-go.
The grave be their destiny. The
And when I
Emperor shows us
despawn,
the way.
well, there's
We're
only a
past
little
the
bit of
leg at
a delay.
Construction in progress. Let's get this dance of
Looks like they're heading for this place now. That's fine. I'm willing to concede that one.
Your unit will soon be ready. I will stand until my last breath.
I think a real ass value in some troopers.
You rang? Absolutely. Let's get this dance of death started.
There's not a whole lot of support here on this map.
Recruitment citadel completed. Unit is being manufactured, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
We'll crush them one leg at a time.
Construction underway, Commander.
Gotta watch my health. They still ended up getting a shot off that tracked me all the way back there, too.
Wall factory completed.
Pay me in blood.
Away with them.
The Emperor shows us the way. The Emperor shows us the way.
Catch as catch can. Construction in progress.
Yes, yes, yes.
Catch as catch can.
We're under attack.
Fell quiet as I was focusing there. Oh, they got Zeppelins! Or Shaman. That was a Shaman for, like, support, yeah. Neat. Well, anyway. Look at that aura of healing you get to do. Those were my units. Oh, my troopers never captured that. Hey! Hey, 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 hey! What the hell is this? Capture that. Bad team. Bad.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Population depleted.
Not that it mattered, because the population was fucking depleted anyway. There'll be no more capture. Well, no more population we're getting.
Get me out of here! Warlock is under attack.
Hey guys.
Let's float.
It's fine if you come over here. Now I want you to hold position.
My two balloons are bursting.
Grenadier, fresh from the barracks. In a straight line now.
One back, down in
They have a transport out there? Okay. Anyway, they ran out of units, so that's our victory. And we're gonna get any more back, because this area just didn't have a whole lot of supply. We lost 2 of our warlock things we moved in. They lost a trooper. Emperor subjects general to impish humiliation. They tell you to roll over, you roll over. Emperor supremacy at war on resources called both questionable and fleeting. The Emperor's dark secrets and white lies. Your general's actions have influenced the Empire. Bomber balloon mercenaries. 2 bomber balloon mercenaries are fighting on your side this battle. Might be of interest, Commander. Imp Binox. Your hunter's attack range will increase with 75%. On a note, by the way, the Imp favorability and Lizard favorability is evens. The Lizards went up, the Imps went down. Those Imps would have preferred if I told the General to gesture with the signet ring. We even these out. The elves, who are, 99% of my territory. Except for this new place I just captured. It's a problem for me. We evened them out. What's up?
It would seem Edmund has come back from his inspection duties among the imp armies already. I had expected tales of mayhem to precede his reappearance. In fact, I bet Henry the lizards and imps would be at war as soon as he set foot among them. But no. All the better, of course. Though a little disappointing.
Frightfully boring folk, those lizards, Commander. That general of yours held our high priest hostage with board games and chatter. Our engineers built a great tower just to blow it up again. A great gift for the envoy of our allies. But did he come and watch? No. Preferred conversation to combustion. What a nincompoop.
Really sounds like your people are intergalactically stupid for as much research as they want to do. If you have no process of what any of the other groups in this hodgepodge are going to do, or any processed understanding of this Edmund guy and what he does.
You triumphed yet again. Keep up this pace, and the war will be over in no time.
Our victory was so complete, I can taste it. You did well by us, Commander.
Commander, no doubt you rejoice at my swift return from the land of imps, that borough of blight, that cyst in civilization. Returned have I to more glorious heights. The gods I'd thank if I believed in any. Do forgive me if I appear exceptionally smug today, but I was very flattered, you see, to witness how my reputation precedes me even into the very crevices of the world. The imps had heard of my approach and my modicum of resentment for their rituals. I was therefore pleasantly surprised to be greeted with a cordial handshake no more. Yes, he was rather an agreeable chap, as a matter of fact. The High Priest, I mean. After the military inspection, we played chess and talked philosophy the night through. It goes without saying I won every game and lacerated his logic like an eagle its prey. But he was not as devoid of all intellect as I had expected his entire species to be. A comforting thought, somehow, knowing you trust them to strap explosive engines to your back.
Really feels like the imps could have had their firework display with the entire tower if they had simply tried enough. Anyway.
Commander, I am pleading here today on behalf of a dwarven miner who was cruelly left to his fate by his own kindred. An incident in the mines cost him his leg, and he is too poor to pay for a proper prosthetic one. Henry, your own general, could afford impish machinery, but the dwarves, who easily could as well, will not provide for their stricken fellow. Well, I say they should. Indeed, the state should. We can. So why not do so?
Will you institute government health care? Let's go down the line.
Just like diseases, accidents are simply punishments from the gods. If this misbegotten dwarf lost a leg, he probably took the Seven's names in vain, or forgot to say a prayer before dinner, and they saw it fit to make him attentive of his sin. Paying for his convalescence would be tantamount to forgiving his trespass, which only the gods have the least to do.
If the state should pay for each and every work accident, for every broken nail and broken leg, we'll be paying through the nose, and it's your finances that'll be crippled. Mark my words, Commander. Listen to that bleeding heart elf, and the treasury will bleed the more for it.
Oberon's tale is a shocking one, Commander. If this miner suffered such a dreadful injury while working, then the mining corporation in charge should pay for his treatment. And if they won't or cannot, then yes, the nation should.
There are more with a prosthetic limb than without among us imps. Comes with the territory, I suppose. All those volatile war machines. Most of our top inventors have more metal than meat to them. And of course, it's only fair the government chips in where they can.
Okay. So, elf, lizard, imp, yeah, government health care. Undead, dwarf, no government health care. Undead because, The gods deemed it to be so. Only the gods can forgive. The dwarves because it's about the gold, the money. The elves because it's the right thing to do. Lizards because it's the right thing to do. Imps because it's the right thing to do. Kinda really feeling like yeah. Kinda really feeling like yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Thinking I'm doing this one. Yeah, let's do that.
The people deserve a kind emperor and a generous one too. You are both, Commander.
If they're gonna be conscripted to military service, we can care for their wounds.
So then you do forgive, and you do what is the prerogative of the Seven. Remember pride and fall, Commander. It's a long way down from the Raven.
But this will cost us millions! Once word gets out, every lazy bones in the land will feign a headache and cash a handout. This is insanity!
This decision will endear you in the hearts of many, and shame the dwarves for the neglect of their own brother. All in all, I'd say this has been a productive day.
I don't know, Agazar. I don't get that feeling.
Thanks, Commander. Took about 100 imps a hand and a foot to get your jetpack in working order. So paying for a couple of metal fingers and toes is the least you can do in return, wouldn't you say?
That sounds pretty damn reasonable to me. Yeah. Build me a fucking jetpack for a dragon? I'm not giving up that technology, by the way. Just so you all to know. Yes, the door is very possible. The money, no, the money, no, God, please, no, the money. All right, we probably got time for one more. Ah, yes. It was immune to invasion for a turn. They were not lying. Definitely did not lie. 100% didn't lie. Perhaps it just been invasion cards. Perhaps they simply played it too late. No matter. These cool spinning gears. Yeah, they got 3 hunters. Those are going to be fairly dangerous for my team, but we got this armor that is, so far away. Okay. Yeah, once we start moving, that's when the separation thing comes. Okay. Right. We've seen that in action still. Right. Transport, am I doing anything with you? So what I'm asking myself is whether I want to do this attack this turn. Again, I reflect on this card I have that says hunters in a selected country won't be able to move this round. I could say they can't move and then go hit up Coultry, get a tavern, but if I take the capital, we'll utterly defeat this faction. Grimland. My God. I'm pretty interested in this, situation. Bring the population of a country down to 25%. Oh my. All right. Very good. Strong card. This isn't everything, but it's some things. Transport, I guess you can, hang out here. We'll see what happens. You can just bounce over here. Sure. Whee! I acknowledge Eroyaru's answer to to Akazar's reaction, because that was yeah, that's why things reacted like they did. Yep. All right. Very possible we will lose this attack, you know? This country has 3 protection capacity. We're using up a bunch of pop here to assemble this army. You know, this attack fails, we'll have Army 2, the sequel to Army. The hunters can still move because they have 2 action points. Alright. Let's look in turn. Yeah, I would recruit more shit there too. I agree. As they damn well should. And they play trooper mercenaries for 5 extra troopers at the start. Let's see here. Why don't we play this card? 2 bomber balloon mercenaries. And why don't we play this card? 50 to 51%. Does that math check out? That's math, baby. Invigorate and Imp by Nox to give my hunters 75% extra range. And our troopers have 75% more hit points. Those are our abilities. Let's get going. Counter defensive players holding ground in their base by taking control of the rest of the map and denying resources. You meet the Beetle's ability to neutralize your opponent's most dangerous units for a limited amount of time. I think this is going to be our last map we play, because after this, I doubtlessly, providing I win, we'll have to deal with story time coming out the Yin Yang Max. Is going to be like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Looks at map. Okay. Holy shit! So many units! Let's fucking go!
Ready to blaze the skies.
Probably should have gone this way instead with some folks. Or with everyone.
My magic is charged.
Is that a tree? Well, not anymore.
I want to build here? I don't know. Don't think so. Alright. Just a little process there. We'll take things as they come now. Just a little bit of processing time as a tree, you know?
Pay me in blood. The Emperor shows us the way.
There's a hunter there, and that's pretty vulnerable for me.
Construction underway.
That hunter is going to be able to kill that pretty easily.
Construction in progress. Construction underway, Commander. We're out of recruits, Commander.
We are. I agree. Okay, yeah. Send those at me without any of your hunter support. Sure. Whatever. Easy game. Easy game.
The grave be their destiny.
Baby game for babies.
Forge completed. Battle Forge completed. Your unit will soon be ready.
Who will break? Who will bend? The Emperor shows us the way.
Firing up.
Hunter's over there.
You're blowing my cover! Like the wind, on the trail!
Under attack, but we will hold our ground.
Enemy warlocks can turn our troops into pieces. One barrel coming up. One barrel coming up.
Sup, local warlocks? Give me a moment here. And Hunter taken care of? Maybe? Looks like the Hunter's taken care of who came over here.
Losing ground, sire. We're under attack, but we will hold our ground.
Like, you started with so many units, but you splitting them up like that and letting those troopers wander away from the hunters. Allow me to pick that shit off. This is us. We're a fucking dragon. When we want to be. We're half dragon. Like, there's a lot of extra map that you could take control of here. I'm gonna decontrol my myself here. We don't have any troopers to.
Construction underway. Construction in progress. Construction in progress.
In case we lose control of shit, you know?
I will stand until my last breath.
Nah, fine. Okay, we don't just capture the capital. But I will shoot the piss out of it. I actually want to select the building to see if it has like any particular descriptions. Imperial Palace. This is your Imperial Palace. Should it fall, you will have lost the battle. 40,000 hit points. Oh, hey! Look at that! They built some troops over here, but they're not sending all of them. They're just streaming them in. Get over here! Okay, we won. Like, there was a brief window where they had more units than I did. This is where their infantry engaged with my group, and we lost a little bit. And then when I was able to wheel out the dragon, and they got a bunch of units there towards the end, but those were all troopers, and those were away from me. Yeah, if they kept everything grouped up, like, you could see a situation where I would have faced some real pressure there. I'm sure the trooper and hunter cards I played also, yeah, played a role. I lost 2 trooper armies there. They, of course, lost everything, including their capital. You've conquered the capital of Carthon and successfully stole all their belongings, gold 3, tech 10. You captured a capital. Hold on to it for one more turn to defeat your enemy. Oh, okay. Okay, this went from like, hey, bud, you lose when you lose your capital, to give them another turn. General has pleasant chat with Inshama. Never have we been so direly insulted, Drinkulo laments. Every cripple gets his day, even if it costs the treasury dearly. The old feudal system versus the new empire. Favorability-wise, lizards and imps are up to 55. Everyone else is at 50. Okay, we got this card back. Your populace's motivation has increased by 20%, but we lose 5 gold per turn. Courtesy of our government healthcare. Howdy. Howdy, motherfuckers.
When Catherine is out of sorts, there seems to be no escaping her ire, Commander. I do understand her, though. For whilst equality among the civilized races is not to be found, I do uphold that women are every bit as capable as men, provided they are lizards.
Anyway, I thought that mission was going to take longer. It was a capital, and they had super entrenchment, and there was a number of units there, but I guess I kind of did bring a house.
Typical of Catherine to get miffed over money. I don't care what they pay me as long as I get to brawl and booze.
Brawling booze. Like, oh my god. Like, let's get on with it live, everyone. We're here playing Divinity, Dragon Commander. This came out in like August 2013. And it has so many different types of gameplay that you can do in it. There's a political simulation where you roleplay with people and make important choices. There's like a turn-based war game risk style thing where you move pawns around on the board every turn and you try to take people's capitals, and you got like cards to play, and there's different troop types and units have different moves, and then you have a real-time strategy section where you try to run your opponent out of resources, and that includes their buildings as well. And finally, you can become like seriously a dragon and do all sorts of cool battlefield things and totally transform and reshape everything. It's so amazing, and there's brawl and booze. Should I just stream the voice from now on? No.
Yikes, what a vixen. Can't dear old Kathy be happy with the wages she gets? Not like she has to cook or clean.
Listen here, Commander, for I have a matter of great import that I should like to bring to your attention. In the realm I ruled, that rule was absolute, as was that of my vassals, women all, of course. We concerned ourselves with matters of mastery and the mind, men with all things menial, according to the natural order. On this ship, however, I find myself trapped amid so many cocks of the walk, the one more swollen with self-importance than the next, only to discover these pompous windbags actually earn more wages than Scarlet, Prospera, or I do. If anyone, it is we of the superior sex who should sooner receive more silver and gold than those of the savage variety. You'll set right this iniquity, Commander, and you'll do it now.
Slash poll. How are we feeling? This request. Yeah, go for it. Didn't say the magic word. Start poll. 1 minute. We'll just leave that poll going. Just gotta have a nice stretch here and reflect on the fact that I haven't used any of the generals thus far. I'm sure they're doing very important things. We've only fought 1 battle a turn, so it's been nice. We can only be present in 1 battle at a turn. Otherwise, we'd have to leave it up to generals. If we ran out of generals, we'd have to leave it up to the local forces. That is disturbing. What can I do? This one's pretty split. Pretty damn split. But it looks like, yeah, go for it. Wins by 1 vote. I had no idea the men and women on my ship receive different salaries. You can calm down. I'll fix this immediately. You're not getting paid more, though.
Good. So you should. And I hope this is the last of such nonsense I've had to deal with.
Yikes, what a
All right. It was very close, though. 1 vote. I have 25 beakers now? My goodness. 43 gold? Story progression. We can get all sorts of other things, and perhaps we should, you know, perhaps we should. Public transportation allows armors to transport troopers and grenadiers. Interesting. Ironclads. I'm uncertain what's going to be needed moving forward, and so I'm going to keep this stuff unless I lose it all, in which case I'll disown this video. Mortar turrets. All right. We looking good, bud? We're looking great. And these abilities, I mean, sure, I have room on my bar, but why settle for these basic tab abilities? Damage reduction and immunity from negative status effects like Fear Sabotage, Ray of Power, Inspire, Advance. I'm interested in Advance. This other stuff, though? No. I could shoot Purifying Flames? No. We'll hold on to things. Alright. Cool. That happened. Back to the board, please. Because I thought I was doing one more battle, but, you know, it wasn't good enough. There, we'll just take that, then. The armor can come with, too. Don't know if we're keeping this map. I presume we would be transitioning to a new, hot, and improved area. So, I'm just going to keep things as they are here, then. I'm going to click and turn now. We're going to see where the road takes us. Lizards are up to 60% approval with us. Approval does help things like auto-resolve luck boosting and country support boosting. We good, Carthan? You know, understandably, you gotta have your capital back. I don't disagree with you having a transport out there to do that. It makes sense, man. Like, I don't disagree with you. One more battle. Resecures a compression brace.
A bang for your buck.
Let's float. We'll crush them one leg at a time. Absolutely. Construction in progress.
There's the transport. Troopers are blazing ass. They're enhanced engines.
Troopers awaiting your decision, sire. Pay me in blood.
Hello? They're like, hello, we're gonna go this way. I'm like, okay, you can go that way.
The Emperor shows us the way. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander. Anything for the Empire. We're under attack, but we will hold our ground. Let's get this dance of death started.
No.
Catch
No, you don't get to have that. Unless you blow up and kill all those... Yes! But you still don't get to have that. Too late.
Trooper awaiting your instructions, Commander. Anything for the Empire.
I didn't handhold you guys.
The Emperor's enemy is my enemy. Losing ground, sire. Your unit will soon be ready. Your unit will soon be ready. Will be built in a jiffy.
Good job, though, guys. Yeah, that was the proper time to use that trooper explodey ability, for sure. Anyway. Damn them blowing up shit. Here I am trying to conquer things, to capture them, and they're like, no! Go, trooper, you must blow up for the good of everything. Fine. You see that one unit, by the way? Just running like... I mean, that's... Excuse me, that's 2 units. I mean, that's correct.
Construction in progress.
It's annoying, but it's correct. Stop getting free shit.
Get me out of here. Anti-ground target completed. Let's get this dance of death started. Catch as catch can.
Bang for your buck. In a straight line now. There'd better be a tavern.
Moving out.
A drummer's orders are a sober man's thoughts.
Your unit will roll out momentarily, Commander.
Cool. Take care of the rest of this, then. Takes me a while to beat down a transport with my dragon, but, we get the job done. There we go. Good. Defended the capital. There's a little bit of extra time spent there due to how the bot split up their units to capture other things. We lost 2 trooper starter armies and a warlock starter army. But defended.
And so it came to pass that the Dragon Prince was initiated in the ways of war, and caught the attention of his siblings. Whereas the prince had been but a flea in his half-brother Carthan Axehand's coat, the dread Decapitator now took full notice of what turned out to be a dragon, and so in turn did the others. Yes, it was in the heartland of Rivellon that the war would be decided between the last of Sigurd's children. Carthan remained a threat, as did his sister Sybil the Silent, who had cut out her own tongue a long time ago to stop the voices in her head from babbling. And then there was Farran the Fleshless, who was convinced he wasn't human at all, but rather an undead, which he would demonstrate by slicing the flesh from his body. Such was the crazed company the Dragon Prince would have to fight. Such were the terrors he would have to overcome. And the way he did so is still studied by all strategists in Rivellon today.
Royalty, huh? Royal bloodlines, man. Oof. Battlefield moves to Heart of Kingdom. All factions rally behind the dragon. Men and women to have equal wages. Hope they get a concussion slamming through glass ceiling. Shouts Sirs. Men and women to have equal wages. Hope they get a concussion slamming through glass ceiling. Shouts Sir Silvervein. Imps lack inspiration. Imps copy enemy armor designed to the letter. Dwarves, elves, lizards, imps, and undead stand united. Emperor to guide all to victory. Size matters. Enemy researchers build impenetrable floating fortress. Imperial scientists stupefied. So, dwarves have gone down to 45%. Lizards are up to 60. Imps are up to 55. Dead canaries. Destroy a gold mine in an enemy country. I like that card. Dead canaries. Catherine and Scarlet's wages have increased. Scarlet has gained a level in patient. Catherine has gained a level in light unit specialist.
I have news for you, Commander. Great, grave, or gratifying. I'll leave its interpretation to you. The fact of the matter is your victories have gone far from unnoticed. That much you knew. But they have also gone a long way toward uniting a shattered realm.
And that one fucker we fought wasn't actually even on that little island chain area we were fighting in. So we haven't actually resolved him.
It has therefore been announced that you are to marry, for that will bolster the populace's spirit and cement your power as emperor. Soon the finest princesses in the land will be here, bidding for your hand in marriage.
So you're saying that even though it's marriage we were talking about, I have no say in this?
Not as such, no. You don't want to get married, because that would be a bit of an imposition. The decision has been made, you see. Matters such as these, even an emperor has to accept without remonstrance. Still, there are worse things than tying the knot, surely.
You can see how you might want to uninstall the game here. Well, in my quest to pick every position, all of these as they come up, a host of princesses, you say, this is going to be fun. I mean, in incredibly popular game Star Control 2, the Urquan Masters, you do have to fuck the Siren, like, Starbase Captain, in order to progress with the main story. Cowabunga. The video I uploaded of that playthrough, that particular part is very short, and I keep my microphone off the entire time. Just let the game speak for itself. Anyway, I guess this is going to be fun.
I dare say it will. But do not please take this matter lightly, Commander. Of course, I hope your wife shall turn out to be a charming girl indeed. But this, above all, is a political bond, meant to strengthen the ties between you and the faction she belongs to. Love, I'm sorry to say, has very little to do with it. But of course, I may be proven wrong. Perhaps it is even best that I had.
Fucking Raiden over here.
Very
I'll
well,
take my
Commander.
leave.
And while you fantasize about pretty princesses, I'll continue my studies. Grumio may find his inspiration in dreams, but I'll stick to books, thank you very much. A wizard likes his nose between the pages, rather than his head in the clouds.
We're on an airship. I just want to stress that. Oh. Oops, I saved over capital claim. Maybe. Chapter 2. I don't think I did. Doesn't matter. I got an achievement, though. We're on Chapter 2 now. Let's go to the throne room.
Commander, the war is displacing a great many people, and thus the influx of a great many foreigners into the realm is inevitable. Many of them are driven to crime by want or ill will. To that effect,
Your ear is
I
clipping
propose
through your shoulder
that
belt.
if a foreigner is found guilty of an offense, he or she should be deported immediately. Delinquency is on the rise, and we need a few effective deterrents to curb its proliferation.
Okay, run that back for me again. Commander, the war is displacing a great many people, and thus the influx of a great many foreigners into the realm is inevitable. Stop stretching. Refugees, I suppose, from the various battles during this war of succession. Many of them are driven to crime by want or ill will. Okay. You have nothing. You might want to feed yourself, and I could see how that would be a problem for you, Silvervein. To that effect, I propose that if a foreigner is found guilty of an offense, he or she should be deported immediately. Delinquency is on the rise, and we need a few effective deterrents to curb its proliferation. Are you asking for the title of the video game that typically would display on Twitch? Or the title of the video game that would appear if you did ! Explain? It's Divinity Dragon Commander. Will you deport foreign criminals?
Foreign criminals seem to abound like sand on the beach these days, Commander.
Ah, gotcha,
Let's be rid of them like Falstaff suggests. In fact,
had to make sure.
The sea would be as good a border as any to make them cross. Yes, let them drown for their misdeeds.
You know what, Yorick? I don't think I should, because, like, if the gods didn't want them in this place, then the gods would have prevented them from coming to this place. Or maybe the gods would take them out of this place. It really seems beyond my mortal authority to allow for these people to be sent away like this.
Many criminals inhabit our realm, Commander. Such is the unpleasant reality. Some of them are domestic, some of them are foreign. Punish them when they are caught, but do not make the distinction.
Oberon and I are of the same mind in this matter, Commander. Deportation just seems a bit excessive. And I very much doubt it's the structural solution Sir Silvervein hopes it to be.
No, Commander. Falstaff has it all wrong. We imps force foreign convicts to do all sorts of dirty and dangerous jobs. Why deport when we can make them drudge?
So, yonder dwarves and undead are like, yeah. Deport these foreign criminals, imps, lizards, and elves for their various reasons, and say, no. And, given how I'm feeling right now, and what the fuck I just read in the newspaper from you, Silvervein? No.
Leniency leads to lawlessness, Commander. I had hoped you'd spare your populace from such nuisances as pickpockets and highwaymen. To no avail, it
Yes,
seems.
because all refugees, well, most refugees must become pickpockets and highwaymen. That's the only... I could see how, how that would be difficult for you to find other means of dealing with them, given how miserly your people must be with their gold lust. I could see how that would be a hindrance to you. You could see the shine there. The gold lust right there.
Continue to be soft of heart, Commander, and you'll soon find it pierced by a common interloper out for what coin he can find. By refusing to set any examples, you're allowing godless foreigners to pillage and murder amongst us. Don't you realize it's a crime to tolerate crime?
Godless foreigners? Yorick, as like open-hearted as I am toward the undead, not really doing it for me, champ.
Wise of you, Commander. I find no fault in Falstaff's objective, only in his method. There are other ways to fight crime, ones that do not include stigmatization.
Like, yes. Yes.
I'm glad you gave the matter some further consideration, Commander. A foreign maid of mine was once caught stealing a silver candlestick. But she does such a good job otherwise, I'd rather have her back than see her deported.
Right you are, Commander. Let strangers do dodgy chores, and no one will ask any questions if anything goes awry.
I question whether you actually even are undead. I think you just pretend to be undead. You could find other ways to use all this free labor if you were really into necromancy, but no. No, you're different, undead. Yes, you're different.
Naught but a skirmish we fought today, but the way you handled it was impressive.
Ah, to be in the thick of battle. With you calling the shots, it's a joyride rather than a jeopardy.
The primary reason I clicked on Edmund back there was so you could see the barmaid back there.
Under my rule, you'd be given the Cross of Bravery for that last action, Commander. Well done.
You could literally be like, I guess I gotta kill you now and raise your body. Commit crime now as a skeleton, motherfucker. But these aren't honest, true undead. There's some sort of fucking horrific monstrous adaptation, which persists in the Divinity universe.
Bloody good show, Commander. We kicked butt today, and firmly too.
How can I be of... Let's ready the tool.
So since we're on a new chapter, oh yeah, new chapter just dropped, baby. Behemoths fire massive destructive charges over great distances. Imp fighters in your arrow factories. Hunter a bird in the hand. Adds rocket pods to your hunters, allowing them to engage airborne units. Armors can deploy ground mines that automatically cloak. Transporters can blow the fuck up, dealing some damage. Death from above. We can even go Master. Master! Juggernauts. Hunters, we can have fucking teleport to friendly targets. Huh. Shamans can flip units for 50 seconds. Zeppelins can act like arbiters. A lot of interesting things here.
Bravo, Commander! The lines of battle are redrawn with each passing day and always in your favor.
Grumio tells me the raven sings to him in his sleep and that the voice is female.
Does he now? There's an explanation for that, but I'll reserve it for later.
Is it because the demon's heart energy, whatever, is... You're leaving a lot of things unexplained, man. Just... Well, anyway. Well, we progressed far enough in the story now that we got everything. If we have the research, which, by the way, you know, one could say that, maybe you stall out the situation there? Because, we're back to earning pennies for gold and research. Maybe you try and lame it out on the map instead of going as quickly as I did. Like, wow, cool, you get to win Risk. You get to win the board game by capturing the capital and holding it for a turn. But then you go to the next Risk board. I don't know, perhaps there's a punishment or some hurry-up mechanic to prevent you from just spinning your wheels on a map. And even if there was like a cap on how much research you could carry over, right? Think of how many cheap researches you could clean up. That's a design philosophy I strongly disagree with. If what I played out is true, what I described there, of continually stalling on a map, and the optimal play being not to move forward at all, but to drag your feet until you can pluck things out, if that's actually how the game plays, That's a severe flaw in the game design, in the core gameplay loop. You know, then that doesn't just hit like Divinity Dragon Commander, but I'll give you an example for Slay the Spire, and how health is a resource in that game, and so healing needs to be something that is either like it exhausts through a healing card, or something that moves the battle forward, like a bite, for example, something that heals you but does damage. If you get to a situation like, say, if you're playing like a mod of Slay the Spire, and like it changes like how healing works, but doesn't have situations moving forward, you get into a situation where you, the player, feel it's the optimal strategy to sit there. And if you refuse to do that because you find it unfun, you are conceding it is a suboptimal like choice, like tactically. And you know, say you lose the a round of that or anything else with that, or you looked at a board situation or a game situation, that can really frustrate a player. So where they can end up resenting a game as they sit there doing something they find unfun, unenjoyable, because to not do it is to concede power that the game design might find important. That is something that you should do. Yeah. Now, I don't know that is how Divinity Dragon Commander is actually designed, but looking at my stats up there at the top left with gold and like the research, and looking at what I potentially could have completed, looking at how much gold and research I'm now earning a turn, fills me with that feeling. And it might be something I piddle with off stream, where I drag my ass and not take a capital, or lose the fight, retreat, and just watch and see if I continue to accrue resources. Cool, you can win the board by taking the capital. You could, it would be dull to just, take everything if you could finish it all in one fell swoop like it's designed. That just kind of seems like a situation where you're punished for losing your capital, but then you're punished for going after an enemy capital quickly. Now that's what I wanted to say there about design. The story has progressed, and it seems like we have everything unlocked. So there is that. We look around the board, and now this might be the entire empire. I will note that this entire island, what we fought so hard to grab, all of its little pieces and bits and bobs of the sea, is worth 10 gold a turn, which we only get 5 of that, because the other 5 is being spent on the government healthcare, and we get 2 research. Yeah. This transition from Chapter 1 to Chapter 2 feels real bad. Units-wise, we've got 5 armor, 5 troops, and 1 transport. So we don't care about the units the pawns I had on the board when winning that fight? When winning Chapter 1? Because, this mechanic right here, where it's we set how much shit you have, how many units we can bring with you, that is, a limiting factor, though not telegraphed by the game, of why you would, you're not going to be allowed to bring that stuff anyway. But the gold and research. Yeah. Let's take a look here. I got 43 and 25. If I go back to capital claimed, I've got 43 and 25. So, I didn't gain any income for this turn. But I didn't, lose any. I just didn't get 23 and 11. And then we've gone to the new settings. So yes, these were my exact values I had when I ended the turn. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to test this out right now because I'm at the end of the broadcast. I'm going to take every pawn and we're going to move up here. We're going to move out of the capital. Every single one. You're going to have your capital back. And I figure I can probably auto-resolve with a general. Probably, with like a 96% chance to win or whatever. I don't know, I have a bunch of extra shit. There, I lay down and end my turn. Alright, they took one of my capitals. Hope they get a concussion slam through the glass ceiling. Loaf of bread looks like Emperor picks inside. We get to see a different image. They didn't give me a card that time. I guess we move on with other, events. This could be the same one. Out of curiosity, is this the same one? It is. So there might be other, counselor meetings as well that could proc in Chapter 1. And then, new counselor meetings that proc in Chapter 2. But you only get one a turn. So by delaying here in Chapter 1, you get more influences, which means more impacts. Stuff that could be like conscription. Yeah, things that make my units cheaper when I produce them in factories. The things that change my gold income more, my researches more, my approval more, that get me access to other cards. Okay, so they took the capital back. Now I'm gonna drag one pawn at a time, I guess. See if I can auto-resolve take this. Like that. Yeah. They build a bunch of units, as understandably you would. Yeah, I agree. I have a 5% chance of losing this fight with an auto-resolve. Who are we going to bring in? Who has the best odds? Technically, Edmund. Everyone gets paid 8 now, instead of Catherine and Scarlet getting paid 5. All right, Catherine, do what you got. I want you to auto-resolve this. Cool, we won. We paid her 8. Pay a general to fight for you and win achievement. We stole 8 technology points from them. We had some cards stolen. We had... okay. Thieves plundered your treasury. Rogue imps have stolen some of our research. Okay, not cards stolen, but we got 2 other cards. Okay. So I have 49 beakers. I have 73 gold. We're on turn 10 now. If there's, an overall, arching turn timer limit, oh god, this War of Succession has taken too long. Some fucking dragon beam cannon has been built and fucking lances you and obliterates you. Some hell portal opens up and mighty demons arise. I don't know whether there's a time pressure. That is not something conveyed within the game, right? We don't know that. You may know that with prior experience playing this game. That is not something you should say in chat. We're working on the information conveyed by the video game, yeah? So I'm just going to click end turn now. 73 and 49. I'm sure. I don't want to make any moves. They have nothing to throw back at the capital. I don't need to see this again, thanks. 73 and 49.
I have news for you, Commander. It is therefore very well, come up.
Yeah. Based on the information we have at hand, it's just better to sit there and keep sitting. And maybe, like, there's some thieving mechanic for my stuff for idling there, like the gold and beakers, because we saw that a little bit. But we're still in a better gold and research point situation than we were how I actually beat the game. Well, how I actually beat that chapter. Okay. That, for me, is a really rough design flaw. It's that's difficult to overlook. And if I continued to play this in future broadcasts, that would always be in my head. You know, if I broadcasted this game again, would I just sit there on the first map? If I broadcasted this game again, would I play off screen, just sitting there on that map until I got every research and every dragon power I could before the story progresses? Because no, in that first chapter, you can't unlock expert and master stuff. How deep does that rabbit hole go? How much of my real life time does that take? And would that result in an enjoyable experience to proceed after having done that, after having unlocked everything? Is the game balanced for that? Should that be an option open to the player? How would toggling difficulty level impact those things? There's one step above this, hard, and 2 steps below this, easy and casual. I don't know the answers. That is going to do it for this broadcast, this stream of Divinity Dragon Commander, a game released by just minor, inconsequential, independent studio, Larian Studios, in August of 2013. I noted how I had a strong interest in the game as it was coming out because I thought this medley of different genres was really entertaining. I have a soft spot for game types like this, like action, real-time strategy where you can like zoom in and play like an individual role in that. Like the controls and battle feel pretty cool. The battles give me like a flavoring thing of like the Space Ranger 2, like mini-game battles, like when you're like fighting on planets. That's another game I enjoy because it like breaks like the mold of genre stuff. I actually played that again on my own for several hours last year because I've been in the mood to play it again for like what it provides. But I noted how, like, you know, in the 12 years I'd picked up the game since it came out, and I eventually got around to having a good look at it, and I was like, just something there didn't connect with me to want to keep going. But here we are in 2025, streaming it. The art in the game, the music in the game, the presentation, I haven't been bothered by the God Rays or Bloom. I think the tutorials are pretty potent. The controls are intuitive for someone who plays these style of games. The advanced commands will take some time to pick up. The story has been, all right, it's been a fun story. But how this broadcast ended is like taking the core gameplay loop and dousing it in Dragonfire.